Hello, good morning, evening, or afternoon, depending on where you are, and welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. My name is Leon. I'm joined by Nando and Ben. Guys, how are you feeling today?
I'm waiting for you to go.
That sounds perfect, to be honest. Um, well, let's say, without further ado, we're on day 2 of today, so let's look at the format. Right, so we're in day 2 of the weekend. Yesterday, we saw 7 rounds of Swiss being played, with our top 8 players being carved out, and today we're going to see that top 8 being played out. It's going to be best of 1, and there's going to be a lot of awesome prizes to win too. Nando, why don't you walk us through that?
Yeah, so a quick reminder on what these players are fighting for today. Um, all players making it to top 4 will receive a certificate proving their achievement today. And then from third place onward, all players will receive 1 booster box of the Quince movie set that releases in a month. And obviously a number of stamped winner promo cards, with the winner of today going with a well-deserved 4 copies.
Of course, this is not the only thing that people can compete for this year. Bushiroad Rumble Online is a year-long event. This is just leg 2, the Weiss Schwarz event, which you can see on the screen now. It's currently this weekend. We're about to wrap up. Of course, we've got NA starting later this evening as well, so tune in for that if you want to see more Weiss Schwarz. But later on in the year, we also have some more Vanguard tournaments. So we had one in the spring, and we have one in the summer. So here it is. At the end of August, we'll be having the standard format event. And then later on in the year, at the very end in November, we will have the premium format, week 4, and that'll be all of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. But focusing back to us for this weekend, the 3 of us still have 3 more rounds of Weiss Schwarz to do. We do have the top 8 to go through. Let's take a look at the top 8 bracket and take a look at the players who are competing for that coveted prize. So we have from New Zealand, Lam N versus Amar from Croatia. I think that's Croatia. Might be.
Yeah, it is Croatia. And that's an SEO versus SEO mirror, I believe.
Yep. So definitely going to be at least one Alice in the top 4.
It's worth noting here that Amar is playing Kirito top end, whereas Lam is playing Silica top end.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to take a look at the different options for Alice, but we will definitely take a look at those deck lists in just a moment. So following on from the bracket, we then have Callum from the UK versus Jose from Germany. Callum is on quintuplets playing Stand By Nino, and Jose, I believe, is on
7 Deadly Sins.
7 Deadly Sins, yeah, the interesting pants build yesterday.
Yeah, and this is the exact matchup we did see it in yesterday, so it is the revenge match of today.
Yeah, actually, funny we mentioned that because I believe nearly every single one of these players, apart from Tiantai and Amma, were on stream yesterday. So just goes to show you that we know how to pick them here on the desk. we put our bets on the right people. But yeah, on the second half of the bracket, we've got Lovra from also Croatia versus Z from Canada. I believe that is Sword Art versus Dan Machi, or
should be Kaguya versus Dan Machi.
I
think Lovra is on Kaguya.
Yes. Yeah, that's it. Again, playing a very unconventional build of Kaguya. He's focusing on the blue level 1 combo, and he's not playing the yellow Ishigami event. So we'll see how that works out. And then finally, at the very end of the bracket, we've got Anna from Germany versus Tiantai from France. Anna is on Tokyo Revengers, playing the Pachin no dual laners build. And then Tiantai, I believe, is on our third Alice player. Do we know what top end he's playing?
He should be playing Silica as well.
Okay, so we've got 2 Silicas and 1 Kirito. Interesting. All right, guys. So taking a look at this bracket, knowing the distribution of deck lists we have, what's your how much money would you put on Sal making it all the way?
I mean, look, I have this sword in the back. It's from SAO. I gotta mention that, else people think I'm cringe. Might as well. So I kind of got the money on SAO, but at the same time, it already won AO from what I heard. So I kind of don't want it winning another region. So honestly,
trying to dodge that ban list.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of like to see Tokyo Revengers win this, or Kaguya. But at the same time, one of my friends is playing 7 Deadly Sins. Honestly, I think we have a lot of great contenders. Nando, what do you think?
I'm not one to gamble that easily, but I'm definitely rooting for the Bachin build to take it all. The
All
OG,
right.
Alice just copying what Pachin did before. So
I
All right, so
see.
we got some bets for Tokyo Avengers. Well, before we get into the games, let's take a look at the 8 deck lists. Oh, well, actually, we're only going to be looking at the feature matches deck list. So on feature match for today, we're going to have Louvre, who's going to be on Kaguya, versus Z, who's going to be on Danmachi. So again, I think we saw both of these players on stream at some point yesterday, but I don't think they played against each other. So just taking again another look at this unconventional Kaguya build. We see the focus still on the level 3 Kaguya top end, and the choice restriction selection has been the K and the I rather than the Chica, because Louvre's choosing not to play yellow for the Ishigami event, but instead is playing the 1-0 blue event from the new level 1 combo, which gives him access to a lot more milling and some funny defensive plays similar to Goblin Slayer or Danmachi, right?
yeah, so we've seen. Well, this isn't the preferred build. We've seen Kaguya mostly play like the anti-level 2 lineup with the brainstorm climaxes in other regions. So I think this one, as far as all those Kaguya builds go, is pretty unique in that I think Louvre might be the only one on this list. But
Mhm.
it's pretty straightforward compared to those other lists. It has a solid level 1 game plan. As you said, it mimics what Goblin Slayer and Danmachi are doing, which leads me into saying, like, both of these decks, this one and Z's deck, will have a very similar level 1 game plan where they just try to get the event counter and try and mill through their deck to, negate as much damage as they can and setting up some very good second decks. Um, this one, however, I think might take it over Danmachi because its finisher is just a tad bit more explosive. And that 2-2 counter, the money counter that allows you, from level 2 onwards to discard an event to negate a one lane completely in damage, is super powerful against the Hestia top end, which relies on its, finishing potential to be cancelled. I think this deck might completely shut down Danmachi, but
Yeah, don't forget you also have the 3-2 early play Hayasaka who negates events as well on attack. So at that, I think we mentioned on stream yesterday that one of the weaknesses of the Danmachi deck is that it's really, really strong at level 1 and then falls off a bit at level 2 before coming back up at level 3. And I just, dominating that level 2 game, saying like, you can't use your event counters now, deal with this big body and take this damage. So I think there's a lot going for Louvre. But before we count the chickens before they hatch, let's take a look at Z's deck with Danmachi. So this is a pretty much standard Danmachi build. Maybe a few ratios are a bit weird here and there. I think the one standout card that we mentioned yesterday we saw was the 3-3 burn event.
yeah, that event is definitely there to kind of fix that issue of Hestia not being able to push as much damage. And it actually will help in this matchup, I'd say, since that 2-2 counter Kaguya has is quite potent at shutting down the Hestia. So having that extra instance of burn just, being enabled from the main phase could, help be in his favor. But
And we did see it
otherwise,
yesterday too.
yeah, we did see it being played as well. So it would be pretty hyped to see it again. Yeah, other than that, I think there's really not too much special going on in either list. They're both 1K1 lists, so they'll be playing pretty standard wise. But Danmachi as is has to sacrifice a lot compared to other 1K1 lists because they do gain so much power to fight boards like Alice that I think it might bite them in the ass, but well, we'll see how the match goes.
Yeah, definitely. I think the players are pretty much more or less ready to go, so let's head on over to the game. All right, we've got Lover on the left and Z on the right. I think, like you mentioned before about how like Danmachi focuses all of its energy into gaining power. I think another thing to mention that I did mention yesterday is that Kaguya's level 0 game is not really about power. It's about utility and, having like access to tools and consistency and things like that. So when it comes to this particular matchup, when you look at Dan Matchy's level 0 with like the Hestia, part-time Hestia, and the Bell that bounces 2 characters, a lot of Dan Matchy's strength as a deck is very front-loaded. It's power spikes in the early game and then kind of peters off. Like, you said yesterday that Hestia is not a bad finisher, but it only really, it doesn't finish people from 2-6. It only really finishes from 3-2 or 3-3. Whereas Kaguya has a much weaker early game. You see here, Lovra dropping this event swapping assist just as a body, just to have as a body on the board, and doesn't really have much else going for him.
Yeah.
But then once he gets to the mid game, late game, that's when his deck really picks up, right?
One of the best cards Louvre could have played in this early game would be Decay, but Decay sadly somewhat gets shut down by the Bell level 0 that most Damacy players do include, and we did see in Louvre's list as well as a 4-off that just completely denies the K clean cut effect. So even if you did have it, might not be as useful as it usually would be against other matches. You'd mostly rely on it for the mill run effect. But we do see a very aggressive tri-field from Z's.
Yeah, it's worth noting here that Danmachi's, or at least Z's deck, does not present a lot of power on level 0. I think the strongest card is actually 2000 power. So there's, even with only 1-5 power on that Nagisa, actually it's 2-5 because of the other Nagisa.
1k, exactly.
So
you
can't even get over that.
Side attack in the middle here, which is good for Louvre. He gets the plussing on the board. But I do like the line of play from Z here, because what he's done is, knowing that his deck is better in the early game, he's got that Bell level 0 for insane plussing. He's got the massive power on the level 1 Bell combo. I think Z's just trying to build up as much of an advantage as he can, force Louvre onto the back foot, and then snowball that advantage.
Yeah, we're gonna see if he's gonna use the Bell here. Probably depends on if Louvre is gonna try and field it or try to force Z into actually bouncing by moving that Nagisa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be quite hard for Louvre to try field, though, because, again, his level 0s don't really do a lot. The Bell pretty much negates the use of the K. He's got maybe the other runner. I don't remember which card it is, but he has another runner in his deck that also might do something. But, yeah, no, we're just going to see the eye drop search there just to prep for level 1. Louvre hit a few cancels early on that turn, which was really helpful for him. Managed to stay behind on damage despite Z's early game aggro. So they're actually quite even on damage here. And if Z wants to get the plussing from the Bell, he has to clock himself, which again is extra damage and opens up lanes, giving Louvre the chance to do more damage.
Yeah, but what I do like about the Bell, especially in such a heavy utility 0 deck, is you can play stuff like that green drop search that he has there without even using its effect, knowing that you can pretty much guarantee getting it back with the Bell, and then just reuse the effect when that card has already gained the stock for you. So it's a very strong turn on his side, and then now Louvre has to somehow deal with this, or decide to just push for damage, as you said, force him to use the Bell. Open up lanes, swing a lot, and maybe even push him to level 2, because he is a pretty high level 0.
That's true, yeah. It all depends on if you actually want to play a climax this early, right?
Well, he doesn't need to play a climax if he forces the Bell, since he gets 2 direct lanes. But then at that point, maybe slamming a climax might pay off as well.
But what I mean with this is that Louvre's deck is not playing a lot of soul triggers. I think the amount of soul triggers in this deck is like 16. So even if you get directs in every lane, it's just dealing 2 on every lane. I don't think there's a high chance of dealing that much more damage if you don't play the climax here.
Yeah, it's kind of like an unfortunate side effect of not playing the standby build of the level 1 standby. So we do see Z using the Bell there, opening up the lanes. Louvre doesn't have the climax to commit, but this is still quite a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah, even though the Bell is like pretty much a guaranteed plus, it still forces your opponent to commit something to contest those, because otherwise he doesn't have to pay 1 stock. He doesn't have to clock himself. He just gets those 2 cards on board to stick around. So Louvre might have been forced to overextend a bit. I'm not sure how prepped he is for at the later stages, but
The 3 get cancelled.
but for example, him having to attack with a brainstorm might not be what he intended to do. Maybe he'd rather keep that for emergencies.
Yeah, having to use the bell to save the brainstorm instead of the drop search, I think, tells you a lot about like Z's current position, about not having the ideal pieces, not being as set up, needing to go through his deck a bit more. He does get cancels on both of the open lanes, which was very handy for him. Down comes the double brainstorm that we saw on stream yesterday. Helps a lot. And I think this is probably one of the few advantages that Danmachi has over Kaguya, which is that Kaguya relies entirely on the event for milling, whereas Z has the draw one, ditch one twice on the brainstorms as well to just get that little bit of extra filtering.
Yeah, funny you mentioned that. That brainstorm is exactly in Kaguya as well. The green one is pretty much word for word the Hestia, which it just shows how much similar these decks are with that same level 1 lineup and this pretty similar level 0s, just with a different focus.
Yeah, I think the difference here is that Z is playing 4 copies, and I think Lovra's deck only had 2. It definitely didn't have 4.
Yeah.
So yeah, the focus is on different areas here, and we see there like Lovra has his in the front row just like Z did, but he doesn't have a bell to bounce it. So that Chica is definitely going to get reversed, definitely going to hit the waiting room, and Lovra's going to have to work really hard to get it back again.
Yeah, and it also cannot be saved by the assist, right?
No.
Since the assist only saves the Kaguya.
So we see there, a bell went into the level zone from the damage earlier, so that's target for Firebolt. And now here's the problem with being behind as Danmachi, right? The whole strength of Danmachi is being able to deconstruct boards, but your opponent's fielding a field of level 0s that are like 3k, like 2.5k. These bells feel almost wasted. Like, sure, getting the event from the combo is really, really good, but do you think there might have been a world where Z just commits 0s and fights a level 0 game and then saves his bells to like take down Lovra's level 1 board instead?
I personally think it's fine like this, since the ease of recurring those bells is, pretty high in Danmachi's. So I don't think he'll have any issue setting up more if he needs to contest level 1s. He just wants to get the events to get his game plan going, like keep cycling, keep drawing with the Hestia brainstorms if he plays an event, keep grabbing more climaxes, and then just be the aggressor in this matchup.
So he's only going to have 2 bells, grabs his Hestia knives. Another Firebolt goes to stock though, so suddenly recurring those bells doesn't look that easy.
Yeah. That is pretty unfortunate to hit those PMPGs. Or was it a Firebolt?
It was a Firebolt.
Oof.
But Lovra taking much of damage here now. This is, like we mentioned, it's a 1k1 matchup, so whoever slams more climaxes will have the better damage output, and Z there dropping the first climax, getting the damage lead back up, but Lovra hitting a nice cancel.
That's the climax.
Yeah, huge pluses coming in from Z. Should be able to recoup his early aggro very, very easily. Grabs the Hestia that goes to stock when you play an event. Triggers one, so that's... Oh no, that's the one he's showing in hand. Yep.
Okay. Just showing his previous door target, since I think he did trigger twice.
Yeah.
Trigger climax twice. I think
It's
there was some
definitely not
confusion
ideal. There. Yeah, it's... I think that puts him at like 5 or 6 climaxes out of deck now, and his deck is fairly thin, but I think if I'm on Z side of the board, like hitting 2 off the brainstorm, playing 1 for turn, triggering 2 more on attacks, I'm almost certainly going to expect to be taking a bunch of damage on this turn. Especially knowing that my...
He also canceled twice on level 0, right?
Yeah. So there's like at most 1 or 2 left in his deck. And you can probably expect that Lovra's got his combo to do the exact same thing coming up.
Yeah. Luckily, he does have the Hestia knife, so he can mill through his deck. But I'm not sure how many cards exactly are in his deck left. So he can mill a maximum of 6 cards with 1 Hestia knife because of the brainstorms.
The only concern is burning the Hestia knives this early in the game. You know, like first deck Hestia knives don't really feel that great, right?
Well, it depends, right? If you're all out, I think they do feel really good. But apart from that, you might be correct, yeah.
So Lovro doing the same thing. Oh, you have your level 1 combo that gets an event. Here's my 2 copies of level 1 combo that gets an event. The critical difference here to note is that the bells get naturally bigger on attack. They're quite small on the defense, but then so are the Kaguya's. So there's no real, like, the Kaguya is 4-5, gaining 2k if you play an event, and the bells are 4-5, gaining 1-5 for each firebolt in your waiting room. So there's no way that either player can keep their board alive during the opponent's turn, especially because they're using their counter set to play events, not actual power counters.
Mm-hmm.
But like we mentioned, between Firebolt, Pyonkichi, and all these sorts of things, I think Danmachi has the easier time recurring its combo compared to Kaguya.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit easier because of all those events, but with that assist, he can at least keep one of the Kageyas alive, and then he just needs to find at least another to have like a pretty similar board setup to what he has now. I think that's more than possible.
It's also just nice for him to have the Miss Innocent Kaguya, or the Feigning Ignorance Kaguya, the level 0. Because that can twin drive on attack, so if he does trigger a climax here, he can just opt to pay that out immediately.
Yeah, unlike Z, who has 2 doors buried in his stock.
Exactly, with no way to pay them out.
It also doesn't help that he's got the Hestia on the board, which, if he wants to get the value of that Hestia, he has to bury those climaxes even further by putting the Hestia on top of his stock.
Exactly, and then you're also giving your opponent a direct attack on that lane with the twin drive.
Oh, it depends when you use it, right? You don't have to put her instantly, I think.
That's true, but depending on your amount of cards in deck, I don't think you want to use it that late.
No, I mean, if he has 2 events, he can just do it on the second, right? He doesn't have to do it on the first immediately.
Well, unless Louvre attacks with the twin drive last.
We'll see what he decides, but
yeah. So there's the knife.
First one.
Chooses not to put Hestia into stock, which is understandable. You don't want to bury those climaxes. You don't want to.
So there's 6 cards left.
Too much damage.
The timing of the Hestia is the same as the brainstorm, so he did resolve 1 brainstorm draw. I think he has to choose if he wants to do it now. Yeah, he did do it. But I don't think he would put the Hestia to stock just yet.
Oh, that's a 3-3 event.
He cancels.
That's so good.
that's a really good cancel. Now you know that the next night is going to be clean. Yeah.
So
only the best players here in Europe from Canada.
I'm telling you, man. People that play Torch just know. They just know.
That's true.
When to stop milling. So yeah, he plays a second event. He knows he canceled 1, so he might think that taking the risk on the direct attack is worth it for the 1 stock. But as you guys said, he has 2 door climax stuck in there. So if he puts that Hestia on the stock, it might be that much harder to get those out. Especially since he doesn't really have many copies of his early play, for example, or something else that costs a lot of stock.
Yeah, he's only got access to his brainstorms, pretty much.
That's pretty much brainstorm, or he has to pay for the Pyonkichis, I guess, if he doesn't have the wealth.
Which might be good for him, though. Because if he does put the Hestia in there,
welt, right? He added the welt off the first knife, but then the welt also costs a stock anyway, so it's overall the same result.
Yeah, if he has multiple Pyonkichis, he might opt to not play the wealth first, and then just pay stock.
Exactly.
But
just because if you pay out 1 more stock, I think it's fine.
It's also fine to use the wealth ability itself. Yeah, he doesn't necessarily have to pay for the Pyonkichi. So he does. Oh, he actually opted not to do it. He pointed at the Hestia, thinking he might have just left her.
Yeah, I think when when the damage is this close, and like I keep saying, Dan actually wants to be ahead on damage at this point. You want to try and soak up as much as you can. So, interestingly enough, Luma chooses not to twin drive, but he has the 3rd knife.
Yeah, so that makes sense if he wanted to play one more knife. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if the timing on this actually matters,
And now he does.
but
Okay.
yeah, he does get the stock.
It does save him 1 damage, which kind of is fair.
Yeah.
But again, being on 1-6 is not really an ideal situation. Like, sure, he just refreshed, so his deck state is pretty good. He does, I think, have early play condition online. But at this point, 5-stop pays out some of the climaxes. So he could early play here, but, clock level into early play. But the impact of the early play is significantly diminished looking at Louvre's side of the board.
Yeah, but
It's one of
also
the
he only
brainstorms.
has one copy of the early play in his deck.
Mhm.
So I'm not even sure if he would have prepped it this early, but
Yeah, he chooses not to clock, and he's just instead going to go for a level 1 brainstorm and try to keep going.
what I'm expecting from this turn at least is, him just finding more bells and then hopefully having like a climax swap or something to get that door, since I think he's
Hit 3 on
he
that.
hits three. Okay, he's out all doors, so he needs to find
A
one of the
climax swapper.
leftover bands and the climax swapper if he has it. I'm not even sure if his list runs. He does. He does have one copy of the climax swap.
Yeah.
Grab more bell to clock yourself more.
But yeah, this is definitely not ideal. He refreshed with 6 at most because we know that 2 doors were buried in his stock, and he's just hit 4 of them across the 2 brainstorms. So he's got at most 2 left in his deck, and sure, he's just milled a bunch of cards, but that's still a fairly chunky deck going into the attack phase. So yeah, he's definitely having to pull himself out of a hole right now. And we just saw he added a bunch of level 0s with the brainstorms, not bells, meaning that he probably isn't going to be able to put up that much of defense this turn unless he already has the bells in hand.
Yeah, I think this scenario is a bit awkward since you kind of want to use an event to mill through the rest of the deck if you don't have a climax. But if he does use an event, then he also immediately has to use the draw ditch. He can't use the draw ditches to wait. You can't use them in the second deck since those proc the first time you play an event, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, you can't save them for later. We don't have the once per turn rule change that Vanguard has yet.
Yeah, so because of that, I'm fully expecting him to just sandbag a turn, but he might actually have one of the climaxes in hand, even though he's out that many, right?
Yeah, there is a small chance. So out comes the second climax. The thing to note with the bell is that it does gain power without the combo, so he can still at least deconstruct Lovra's board. And I think maybe the sleeping Hestia here is just trying to dig for the climax swapper, but adding only just like committing this many resources, being this aggressive for just one knife, I think feels really not worth it.
He stopped looking at the cards after the second one, though, so I think he found whatever he was looking for.
We'll see. Maybe a second bell coming in. It's that or the climax swapper.
He sure knows how to make it exciting. Okay,
Ooh, nice.
more milling.
The thing to note as well is that we saw from his searches earlier that he's adding, again, like these level 0s really aren't doing anything. Like it's the clock bell, the clock add to hand bell, instead of extra Hestias like this or extra brainstorms or anything else that could dig for pieces. And we know that last turn, during Louvre's turn, Z played 3 knives. We know the 2 that he searched for, and then he had a third one in hand that he sandbagged. So now I'm almost certain he's out all of his knives.
Just look at this though. Look at his deck size. This is the power of that deck. Just go through your deck in one turn.
Yeah, so he does play an event. This will grab him the third bell copy. So yeah, that much he has no issue whatsoever recurring those. That's pretty cool. But does he actually field it? Technically, he would have made an open lane if he put the Hestia at the stock.
Yeah, you can do that during your own turn, which I don't know if he forgot or he just didn't.
No, I think he
about
just
it?
wanted to use it as an attacker since.
Yeah, he
I
has the wrong
think-
climax and he didn't have the climax swapper, so I think maybe he wants to save the bell for like next turn potentially, and then grab the knives again
Yeah.
later on. I think that's fair.
The Hestia should be. I mean, even without the climax, that Hestia tied, right? So
Yeah,
it's strong
so
enough
it's
to contest
fine.
that 0. So, just wondering if he couldn't access the climax swapper. I don't think we saw it at all appear during the damage checks and his mills. And also, he had a hit on his brainstorm for 3, and
Yeah.
that means it wasn't in his deck if he wanted to go for it.
You mean the Tiona, right?
Yeah, the yellow one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I don't think
we
we've seen it
saw
at
that.
all. So it's either stuck in his hand or maybe he triggered it on turn 1 and we just missed it or something.
Possible.
But
Because
yeah, so Luva's about to cancel off the top here, but I think we're just waiting on a quick judge call.
Yeah.
We're just discussing some stuff. I believe I'm seeing in the chat here that it seems like Z may have he played the draw ditch effect from the brainstorming event, but that was on the second event he played that turn, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because
Because he started with a Pionkichi.
Yeah, he started with a Pionkichi and then played a Firebolt, and he shouldn't have been able to draw ditch on the Firebolt if that's what he did. So we're just checking the replay right now. Bear with us just a moment. Yeah, it says that it activates up to 1 time per turn. So even if you choose not to draw ditch, the ability is considered to be activated as soon as the condition is met.
Okay,
So yeah, the judge is saying we're fine and we're continuing on. So
all right.
Like I said, Luva cancels off the top there, which is really good for maintaining his damage lead. And then down comes the event on the second attack, which removes a climax that would have been another cancel off the top, but you can never tell things like this. But yeah, Luva's deck is also fairly thin, so I think he's also fairly favored to cancel it, because we've only seen like 1 or 2 doors coming out of Luva's deck as well. Most of them have been the blue climax.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think back. I think that second stock is still a door climax, right? He didn't actually pay that out. So
right, because he paid 3 stock that turn, but he added a stock from the Hestia. Right? Yeah, you're completely correct. There is still a door stuck in his Z stock.
I'm wondering. I'm guessing the first card might be the climax swap then, because that would have been a perfect moment to use it, right? So the explanation I see is that bottom stock is the climax swap, because if you had it in hand, it was perfect to pay the door out, and if you had it in waiting room, you could have just firebolted for it, right? We see Luva actually finding a second copy of the Kaguya off of that second event. So if he saves one,
you can double combo next turn, just like Z did, yeah. I think Luva's going back with all 8, it seems. Which is a much better position to be in. And both players are about tied as far as compression goes, right?
I'd say Luva's in a slightly better spot, since you had to do some fixing that last turn. As he only refreshed with 5, right? And in a pretty big deck, since he refreshed that low-ish level 1, while also having used all of his milling potential already. So I think this next deck from Z is gonna be somewhat worse than Luva's. I'm assuming that the level 3 there is his remaining damage, right, before going into refresh.
Yeah, it's the first of 2 damage coming in.
Yeah, so some important damage coming out here. Final attack. If this sticks, then he's in a pretty good spot, I'd say, since
2 of the events as well.
Yeah, so there's no real early play aggression from Louvre's side that he has to worry about. And even if he does field that one early play, the IA we saw, or the Kaguya, those aren't really strong on defense either. So Bell just walks over those. It's something that Louvre can't really rely on against Almaty, right? It's just there to hand fix or stabilize, but being at 2-0, maybe 2-1 after a clock, an eye isn't that impressive.
No, the question now is just a case of maintaining damage stability. So Louvre's only 1 point of damage behind. Neither of their early play heals, but both of their finishers heal. So when it comes to like being low on damage, they're about on par. But again, the thing we keep saying is that the Kaguya is a bit more explosive. It has a bit more reach. It's much harder for Hestia to lethal from like 2-5 or 2-6.
Small accident there.
What happened?
He accidentally knocked over his clock, but he fixed it fine.
Okay.
So yeah, Louvre is going to use the bodyguard effect, or the meat shield effect of the Tsumugi in the back row, or Tsubaki, I don't quite remember her name, but she can basically sack herself to keep a Kaguya alive. Down comes Resonate.
Yeah, this is such a good card. They used to carry the old deck also a bit, right? When you couldn't get the reverses off, you could just rely on this and the standby.
This card is really good. But the whole profile, right? I think we saw it in Konosuba a lot.
Yep.
The version in Konosuba was way ahead of its time, man.
That's true. But he's spending a lot of stock here.
Yeah, he is.
He didn't cancel either before the refresh. So if he wanted to, he could early play here, which I think is exactly what he's going to do. He's got 2 or less on the condition for this Kaguya, which is sack 1, top 3, 1 to hand, 1 to stock, 1 to waiting room. So it retains some resources. We see he's got the option of adding the other early play there, but I don't think he needs that. Like you said, he's spending a lot of stock, which you don't really want to be doing at this point in the game.
Yeah,
he wants to be building up for that finisher.
Also, no real point in playing that eye since he didn't clock this turn, so the heal's just wasted. This looks a lot more solid, just having a 2-soul body and 2 of the 1/1s. Just curious why he isn't backing the level 3 up with the assist now.
I think it's only it's not a level assist, is it?
I think it is a level assist, right? The 1/1.
The 1/1 is. It definitely is.
Okay, sure.
So he might not actually have a climax to climb over the bell, so that 500 power on the level assist
suddenly makes a big difference. Yeah,
it's very relevant. So it also means he doesn't have an event in hand to activate the. Oh, he does have a climax, so I'm guessing he's worried about a possible backup in.
But again, that Danmachi is just going to be playing knives, not actual backups. And even an actual backup would be anti-change, which still wouldn't. Once you add the climax in, it's not big enough for the bell to get over the Kaguya.
So without playing an event, the Kaguyas are now at 6. So without the assist, it would have been 5-5, and I guess he might not want to have he play the level 1 anti-change just to kill that
Force
lane as
high,
well, and then also possibly remove the other lane and then swing for a lot of damage the next turn.
Then the counter argument is that Z would be losing a lot of cards in hand to do that, and given that Z didn't have the right combo last turn, it's not really a good trade. I mean, he did hit +4 from brainstorming, but a lot of that would end up being committed to the board. He overplayed 2 different Hestias that turn, so that plussing isn't being retained either.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if he's side attacked here, being cautious of the 1-0 counter. I think that would make a lot of sense.
I think it's just logical to do that, right? Because if you front, they can just play an event anyway, and then they put that thing into stock, so it doesn't really change your damage numbers. It doesn't change their plussing.
2 big cancels coming in from Z there. Really helpful in this situation.
Yep.
So it triggers the door, but he didn't pick anything yet. Okay, I thought we didn't get to see what he chose, but
I think it's fairly safe to assume at this point that Louvre is really well set up.
yeah, I think he's just looking for more combo pieces at this point. But I don't think he actually has one in his waiting room.
Yeah, so he's just going to grab the healer instead. Yeah, he sided the 0 there just to make sure that level 3 doesn't get anti-changed.
Those were some pretty good cancels on Yi's side, only being at 2-2, and this damage lead is pretty much negligible. If he has access to the early play, then he can go back to 2-1. He pretty much plussed off of that 0 with Louvre being forced to side attack it. But
damaging 2 Pyonkichi is pretty rough though, because it means that given that he didn't have knives last turn, his selection this turn has taken a pretty heavy nosedive. And at this point now, I think he just needs to hit brainstorms again just to keep playing the game.
Well, his hand is pretty healthy, so he might have.
Yeah, his hand is looking very stacked.
Yeah, but we know we know that there's 2 copies of the Bell level 0, 1 copy of the part-time Hestia, and 1 copy of some other level 0 that we saw him add the previous turn. So yeah, down comes the Climax Swapper being clocked for turn. And now he's just trying to turn those mediocre 0s that just aren't doing anything on the board into actual cards like Hestia level 3.
That's true.
I think he still has one of the Whelps in his hand as well that we saw him add a few turns ago.
So what I actually do like though, against Kaguya, that level 0 that goes to stock, it's pretty good against your finisher, since it does rely on reverses for half of its finishing potential. So if he can set up a situation where he can field multiple of those going into his opponent's finishing turn, he might be able to deny a lot of strength there.
Although there's still a possibility for Kaguya to just do it during his turn.
Yeah.
Since the on-reverse burn from the level 3 Kaguya is cross-turn. But that still depends on eventual backups.
Firebolt coming down to retrieve a Bell. And then he chooses not to put the Hestia into stock. Takes the draw 1, drop 1 twice. And then down comes the other Hestia.
Yeah, I think he went for the Fumio effect, forcing a shuffle on his opponent's side, leaving out 1 climax. So I think he's planning on sticking some damage, where his opponent might have been very in that scenario. A bit hard to tell, but I always like these aggressive Fumio. Like, it's not really like he has a finisher to go along with it this turn, but he's just trying to make it that much more likely to equalize this damage. Yeah.
Again, the downside is that this Hestia doesn't really present a big board. Like, it gets over one of the 1-0 Kaguyas, but it doesn't get over the 3-2 Kaguya. And it's just another target for Louvre to hit back with the 3-2 Kaguya later on.
So we just got an update from table 4. It seems like Callum won against Jose with his Quince deck. So we got Quince advancing, 7 Deadly Sins, unfortunately, out of the tournament. But this is a different bracket, so the winner of this match should not meet with quintessential quintuplets.
Callum actually getting his revenge for yesterday, huh?
Oh, he won yesterday too, right?
No, he lost on time, I think.
Oh.
So Z, we're not having a climax in there, just swinging in. And now because Louvre plays the event counter, the Kaguya then gains an extra 2,000 power, so now it's actually bigger than the Hestia. Louvre there now having the opportunity to add the 3-2 Kaguya to his hand.
Yeah, that's such a good mill. Off of something you mostly used for the 2k power, right? Being rewarded with a finisher is very nice.
And milling a bunch of clean damage. If he cancels off the top here, this would be really ideal.
It's just
takes the 1, but that's fine.
So
again,
the bell here
Z not
should
playing a climax is really that like his tempo over this turn has just gone way down, like in terms of selection and power.
the bell's actually weaker as well. If
there's
it's
only
weaker, then that means
yeah,
he
because
only
there's
has
only
one
one
firebolt.
firebolt. Yeah.
Oof.
So
Since
the
that
level
is
assist
5.
being behind the Kaguya
Yeah.
makes a huge difference all of a sudden.
You would have tied without the level assist, but okay, yeah, I take it back. That placement, pretty solid.
He's 4 steps ahead of us.
I'm just so used to Damachi like easily reaching 12k.
Yeah, you're really not used to Danmachi not reaching anything.
Yeah, being small is actually crippling for Z in this turn. Like, he got some good cancels the previous turn, but now his board is empty. So now Louvre doesn't even need to play a climax. He's just swinging for like 3-2-2, which can easily push Z to mid-level 3 here.
Yeah, this is looking kind of rough for Damachi. You definitely don't want to be, on the push to level 3 when your opponent's to level 2, especially since your only healer is also the one you kind of want to close out the game with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And given how much less reach you have with your finisher compared to your opponent, it's you need a few more turns at your opponent's level 3 to actually like reliably win the game.
If he hits level 3 here, I would love to see him play the event from hand and just try and equalize it.
So we have
down
one
comes
more.
we play 4 more characters with the eye, gets a heal.
So we're gonna direct lane though with 2 level 3s.
I think in this situation it's fine because you're just presenting big soul swings across the board, like it's 3-3-2. The only thing I would be concerned about is that my opponent hit one off the brainstorm, triggered one, cancelled twice last turn, but didn't play a climax this turn, which implies he's either saving the pants for level 3 or he's got a bunch of climaxes still in his deck. And triggering doors there for Louvre is not what he really wants to be seeing because it's quite hard for him to get those back for his level 3 finisher.
Also,
and he doesn't really have good targets for salvaging either.
Cancels though.
It's also very hard for Louvre here since he opted to, heal to stabilize and stay a bit at level 2. But when you present multiple big lanes, it's just very hard for you to also get reverse targets for your finisher when your opponent can just easily
crash all the
into
time.
them.
Yeah.
So this is a conscious choice he made to, okay, I'll make it a bit harder to finish, but if I can stick some damage now and like keep myself healthy at level 2, then I'll go for it.
I mean, it might work out in the end because if Z's about to go to level 3 next turn, like if Z's on like 3-1, 3-2, arguably you don't even need the reverse burn one from Kaguya. You just need the on attack, pay 1 burn, swing for 3, on attack, pay 1 burn, swing for 3. Might just get there.
Yeah, and we also talked about it. Hestia is just, she's good, but like it's hard to finish from low level 2, right? So he pretty much prioritizes his survival over, possible finishing chances, and this does make it harder for E. Like he has to commit if he does want to opt and reverse something on his opponent's side. He has to now commit his STS or the one-off bell, which he might not want to do.
I think he chose not to clock, and he just played a Pionkichi at the start of the turn, so he's staying on 2-6. But I think that's a kind of dangerous because now he's going to refresh into level 3, which is much closer to lethal range for Kaguya. And if he crashes his board to leave his board empty to deny the Kaguya on reverse burn, he just gives Louvre the chance to go swing for 3, make a tri-lane of 1 soul bodies, climax.
Just slams 3 bodies on there in an instant.
So this is the Damachi that I know. Like this board will reverse stuff. Plus 4,500 power is just insane. Like,
yeah, that's the awkward part for Danmachi, right? Usually you barely scrape by with cards in hand. You usually just plus by drawing for turn or using a brainstorm, because what you're doing with your level 1 combo usually is just swing over something and then die next turn and then do it again. But if you miss a beat or don't get to reverse one time, that's really swinging the match in an instant.
Yeah, so this bell is swinging for 12-5. Like that's the number I expect from bells. It should be more than enough to reverse the eye with the level assist.
Yep.
Yeah.
But again, is that something that Z wants to do? Because now he's giving Louvre targets for the Kaguya.
Yeah, it is a bit of a tough decision, but at least the Well will not be able to reverse.
Yeah. Maybe he's
Also-
stuck between a rock and a hard place a bit.
Louvre taking all the damage, going to level 3.
Louvre is at 6 stock if we see all of his stock here, but with 6 stock, like sure he could field 3 Kaguya, but he loses out on a burn either way. So
Yeah.
at this
But
point,
he can still do a pattern of like 3-1-1-3.
Yeah.
Which is still pretty good in when your opponent's about to refresh. Refresh with 5, by the way, because there's 1 card left in Z's deck. There's a door in play, and there's a pants in his stock and a pants in his hand. So Z has to either pass here to get good, quote unquote, good refresh compression and lose out on damage and stock, or he can try and swing and just get blown up by Kaguya. He's just going to take the crash.
Yeah, I think especially if you know that it's a character or an event there, another climax, then I think there's no point where you leave that card there. It's just that free damage that late into the game into a finisher like Kaguya is way too risky, I think.
Yeah, and you could say like he might have the Hestian. He definitely has the Hestian Eye, so he could have technically milled it. But like with that eye being in his deck, which shuts down any event, it's still a risk. So even if you do want that climax back, leaving 1 on top, it's very scary going into refresh.
I mean, he's crashing the well. So what Louvre could even have done is just put the Kaguya into the empty lane, say like, I don't need on reverse burn 1. I just need on attack combo, burn that 1 guaranteed damage, force you to refresh, and then coming in for 4 direct soul. Which again, given that Z's refreshing with 5, I think is not impossible to take.
Yeah, it's kind of scary.
Okay, so we do see him finally hit level 3. But at least, at least he got what he wanted, right? His opponent was level 3 earlier than him.
That is true.
Like, even though technically it's like at the same time-ish, like in the same turn, but
do you really want to have Kaguya reaching level 3 first, though? Is the question.
One Danmachi player I know used to say when both players hit level 3, it's a close game. So I think he would be proud of this sports day.
Those are wise words.
I think the other critical thing to note here is that Louvre gets to start his turn keeping a level 3 on the board, which is another big soul body. So he can now commit both two Kaguya's from hand for 4 stock, and still has 2 stock left over to use both combos first, which is absolutely huge.
Weirdly enough, I don't think I saw the door climax in his hand yet, so he might have actually wanted the Kaguya to hit the waiting room at some point, so he could like easily grab it instead of having to choose if he wants to overplay with something, which can feel bad occasionally.
There's 2 Kaguyas in his hand. We saw that just now.
Yeah, but the climax, I mean, I don't think
he either needs to overplay the early play to play it again for the top 3 add 1, or he just needs to somehow magically dig for the last door.
I don't think I see it in his hand, the door climax yet. So,
but the important thing to note though is that the on reverse burn is not tied to the combo, and these bells are tiny, and Z has no way of getting them off the board. So Louvre could just go double Kaguya, swing for 2, reverse burn 1, swing for 2, reverse burn 1, and that could just be game.
Yeah, that's still pretty good numbers. It's kind of funny in a way that yesterday Louvre was on stream as well, but he also didn't find the Kaguya climax this time. He also doesn't appear to find it. Maybe it's a stream thing. Maybe we are the problem.
So 1 Kaguya coming down. So the thing is, he could have a pretty similar play pattern to Danmachi, where he has like the brainstorm and then events for draw and then dig for climax that way. But his ratios for that brainstorm are so much lower than Danmachi's that I don't think he can actually pull off something like that at the moment.
He also has less events, so it's just harder to get all the pieces together.
Yeah, especially since one event goes to memory, or he chose to put it in memory.
So second Kaguya comes down. We'll see if he has the door, but if not, again, just on reverse burn is still pretty good.
Okay. Are we seeing a slow roll climax, or is he just contemplating going into attack phase here?
I think he just doesn't have it. So the point here now is that because you don't have the climax, I was gonna say maybe you put there it
was the
was.
next
Oh, no.
it was one more. It always is just one more.
Since he doesn't have the climax, there might have been a world where he pushes the one soul beat stick forward into the empty lane so that he's got 2-2-2-1-1. Because right now this is a swing for 3, which cancels. Oh, not ideal. So now he needs all of this to hit. There's the soul icon.
Another one.
The
I have seen
adding
this
the
happen too
door.
many times, man.
Yes.
Not having the combo means that he also can't pay out that climax. Another cancel coming in from Z. This is really good now.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have the
Burn
reach
1-6.
anymore.
Yeah.
Oh no!
No. Three
you-
triggers. Another cancel. Nope. So Z eats all of this as well. On reverse burn 1. Puts into 3-5, but doesn't really make a difference because the Hestia heals. Losing 3 climaxes on this turn is definitely not where you want to be.
Not like this, man. Not like this.
Especially since Louvre's list doesn't actually run the free fish counter, which would have been perfect in a scenario like this.
Yeah, no, he's just now entirely reliant on the anti-damage event counter.
I should have known the door was on top of his deck, man. Like every time someone plays a Mikasa profile or something similar, it's always on top.
Man, the amount of times I've seen players just triple triggered in a turn where they didn't find their climax is way too high.
Yeah. On the plus side, at least he didn't use the Kaguya Resonate, because that would have revealed 3 climaxes and you would have been very sad.
Yeah, I think if that happened, then we might have seen him do a pretty long turn where he tries to fix that board state, right? Or deck state.
So the question is, how does Z navigate this turn? Because you know that your opponent just triggered 3 climaxes, so the chance of them cancelling on the Hestia is pretty low. But if the chance of them cancelling is low, they could you just stick 7 soul damage somehow, right?
Yeah. So in a scenario like this, you pretty much stack all of them on one, right? Just do one big swing, and then when he's out that much, like it might stick, and then you win the game outright. And if he doesn't, then you guarantee that one cancel procs all of the burns, right? And that's how you increase your range.
Yeah, so we do have overtime being called here in Z's turn. So he does have to turn 0. Obviously, in the top 8, there should not be a double loss. It's just damage comparison. But we'll see if we even need that.
Oh, yeah. Something tells me that this is probably going to be like Z's last turn, because if he doesn't win here, it's probably game over. The Kaguyas are fairly sizable.
Yeah, I don't actually think he can reach that, right?
And he has the climax.
No, these Hestias I think are just 11-5, right?
Yeah, 11-5 with the climax.
So they actually tie on all lanes. Swing for 3 takes.
Did anyone see where he put... Okay, so yeah, if it's a swing for 3, then he didn't put it on itself. So my guess is he's stacking all of them, which would have been really fun to see.
Which I think is the right play.
Okay, but the issue is he's on 3 deck, right?
But what he can do is, like, he can swing with the second Hestia, put it on the last one, so that's 2 lots of 3s to leave Louvre on 3-6, and then side with the last Hestia for 2. Which is 2 with 2 instances of cancel burn, which is huge.
Yeah, this is pretty scary for Louvre. But maybe he has 3 climaxes stacked again? Maybe?
I think he needs a lot more than 3 if he's going to deal with the cancel burns here. I think maybe Louvre's deciding to just maybe burn another event counter if he has one.
This is so scary for Louvre.
It's rough.
Yeah, and again, like, depending on where Z's assigned the soul and cancel burn, the event anti-damage count here could make or break the game.
Yeah.
But I think he might not have it, because if he did, he probably would have slammed it by now, right?
Well, depends on if you put it on the Hestia in the center, like all 3 instances, then you definitely want to keep the counter for that one, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh, the counter coming out.
Oh,
There
there he is
yeah.
too.
Yeah, so
he is putting it all onto the middle one.
But this really increases his chances of surviving, right?
what did he?
Like,
Would you use it on Vanilla Hestia?
And he gets the on-reverse burn one.
Yeah.
he probably expects the middle to just side.
At this point, yeah, because you don't want to. You don't want to
Although,
risk. Like,
if you just side and you stick the 2, then you're just dead next turn. So maybe. Oh
no, that's whoa! He fronted.
But now he still has to cancel the rest.
Yeah, he has to
He's
cancel
got
3 instances.
3 instances of burn 2. That was an unbelievable.
Technically, he only has to cancel 2, right? He can take 1, but
Well, and the problem is that if he does cancel all of these 2s, if he survives here, he can just on reverse burn again, and then Z just straight up loses the game because of the refresh damage.
Ooh, this is so rough, but I've seen it happen, man. Just needs to find a couple of climax on top of his deck, and then
Yeah,
that's right. But yeah, see, the Hestia is really strong if your opponent's level 3. Like, you can do so many cool plays
2,
with
3,
stacking
4,
the soul, side attacking.
6, 7. Refresh is 7.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
I think Z there really regretting not side attacking.
Well, it's hindsight, right?
Yeah. I mean, if he had sided for 2, then he would have just stick 2.
Yeah, it would have been impossible to win the game, but
Yeah.
he wouldn't be on the cusp of losing right here, right now.
I think if you're Z and you don't win this turn, then you're definitely dead next turn, as you're staring down 2 Kaguya's who will probably be able to burn.
Well, the thing is, if he doesn't finish Louvre here, Louvre just burns again, right? For lethal?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, yeah. So I guess it's going out on your own terms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
It's
this
do
has to
or
help
die.
people. He didn't take refresh damage yet, so that will put him to 3-6.
Yep. Just like Ben said, if this damage does not finish off Louvre, Louvre will finish off Z.
Yeah.
So Louvre will also take refresh damage to go to 3-4. So he can take at most one of these burn 2s.
This is the serious showdown.
Or
between
Z
two.
refreshes a climax as well.
If Louvre somehow survives this, I want to see Z cancel the burn one.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay, the moment.
Refreshes a climax. Burn 2-6, burn 2-6.
Oh no! Oh no!
That's not what you wanted to see.
So close. But yeah, the triple trigger there from Louvre just really painful. I think that's one of the other reasons that he played the event counter at that timing, because he wants to just pay out those climaxes before he's forced to refresh. And man, it was really close. I think the refresh rules playing against him there, if we had been playing by the old refresh rules, he would have cancelled with the climax that he refreshed with, taken a 2, and then maybe cancelled the other 2. Maybe. Man, that was really well played there from both players. It's just super unfortunate for Louvre there. You know, like, I think Louvre was in control of the entire game. Like, he was winning most of the time. Like, he had the better board state. He was doing more combos. You know, Z was getting really, really good deck states and like having really good mills on his brainstorms. You know, really good cancels a lot of the time. Louvre just didn't cancel nearly as much, but was able to be like, okay, I'm not canceling. I'm just going to push the aggro here. I'm going to take control of the tempo. And unfortunately, it just came down to the last cancel burns, and they just didn't make it.
Yeah, true nail biter.
It definitely didn't help that he couldn't get the door climax in time. And then, you know, it hurts to see that one card deeper and you would have gotten it, right? So...
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's no way to confirm it either. Like, if you're sitting in Louvre's hand, in Louvre's seat, looking at his hand, like, maybe he had no way of like playing over the early play, getting it back, top 3, add 1 again. Like, you know, if he had been able to recur that level 3, he would have added the door off the top 3. So actually, it would have worked out just fine. But again, unless you can guarantee it, we don't know what access he had to.
And also, we do say it's sad that he was one off, but there's also no guarantee that he actually would have finished there. Looking at how Yi's cancels were spread out, but obviously that's hindsight. But I think Yi in general just played it pretty well, right?
Yeah. He saw his one out. Is like, okay, I'm going to lose unless I take this risk and it pays off. He took that risk and it paid off.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, he definitely noticed that. I need to close this gap. My Hestias are so much more potent when you're at level 3. I have to push now, even if it means leaving board. And then, he got 2 Kaguya's out. He got the reverse burns. It wasn't enough. So, very nice.
All right, and I think that is the last game of top 8. So now we have the updated bracket for you, taking a look at our top 4.
All right, so as you can see here, on our table 1 SAO mirror match, we see Lamb won against Amar. That means that the character top end is now out of the tournament, whereas with the Silica top end with Lamb advancing. And like we said, Callum won against Jose in the revenge match. So on table 1, we will now have a SAO versus quintessential quintuplets matchup. So what we just witnessed was Lovril unfortunately losing to Z. So Z with Danmachi will be advancing, and Tien Tai, who won against Arnis Took Revenger with his SAO Silica top end, is gonna be facing Danmachi.
There you go. Pachin unfortunately could not beat the modern updated clone.
Oh.
And now it's survivor's bias, right? Now people will think Alice was the first guy.
Yep, exactly.
I'm not giving up on Pachin.
Interestingly enough, with the Alice builds, they're both Silica top end. So we have 2 Silica top ends, 1 Quince and 1 Danmachi.
Yeah. Interestingly, I don't think we've actually seen Alice versus Quince yet, right?
No, we haven't.
I don't think so.
I mean, Tientai hasn't been on stream, but I think we'll take a look at Lamb versus Callum for the next round, because I think that's a very interesting matchup, because one of the big strengths of Quince up until now was that it presented a big board at level 1 and 2, which now Alice questionably does better. So, yeah, we're just going to take a very, very quick break, and we'll jump back in with the action for the top 4 game in just a few minutes' time.
Weiss Schwarz. 10 years journey with Sword Art Online. Now on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack Animation Sword Art Online 10th anniversary. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Cardfight Vanguard. The Glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack Minerva Rising. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. It's time to show off the best performance on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Intro deck and booster pack, Bang Dream, Girls Band Party, 5th anniversary. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Hey Terrence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee at Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. And that's because, I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear, well, along with me. So, and the other reason is because Terrence you have been with us for about 9 years now.
Yeah.
So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and right. Can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management, as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like main part of the job is of course products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product. Like
Yes.
developing the product is like one aspect of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
our development mostly centrals around localization. So
Okay.
Japan has their main product first, then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay. But so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know for a
before.
fact it's not, because you kind of like split into 3 major categories, but I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is, but of course there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain like puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text. It's just another name.
They might not even get it as it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through.
Yes.
To the Western side, I suppose, definitely. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things, is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah. So there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay. Then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament, major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun, that's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table and you're like, then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. They go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far? Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
limited only to Buddy Fight, or because
It could be anything, you know. I mean, you have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as
Right.
Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Weiss Schwarz as well.
in fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh,
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01,
Yes.
that would be all you.
Yes, except
Wow.
for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay, okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, Buddy Fight. Yeah.
All right.
And after that, once after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. Then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's cool.
Right. So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So you want me to narrow it down to one?
I mean, you can give us a few if you have, like this, whatever comes to mind would be your most memorable product.
Now, the most memorable one, I think it's a bit...
Hello and welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. Just now, we have seen Danmachi prevail over Kaguya. So without further ado, I'd say let's jump into the deck list for the next round, which will be Quince versus Sword Art Online.
Yep, that's right. We're in the top 4, and there's only 2 Sword Arts left, and neither are playing each other. So there is still a chance of a Sword Art mirror in the finals. But here we have Callum playing Quince. This is more or less the same deck he won BCS leads with last year. Obviously updated for the new restriction list, but I think beyond that, there's not really that much different. You know, there's still the same 8 standby deck we've come used to.
Yeah, we've seen this deck in action yesterday. It looked really shiny, as you can see from all these alternate art, high rarity cards on screen. It's pretty pleasing to look at, say. But other than that, I think we know what this deck does. If you haven't seen it yesterday, it's pretty much everything that 8 standby Quince has to offer. Just overall,
I really
very
hope.
strong.
I really hope we see a spicy usage of the level 0 backup there.
Yeah, the only comment I have to mention about this deck is that he's opting not to play the blue level 0 Nino runner, which some lists are choosing just to make playing the level 1 blue Nino a bit more reliable. Instead, he's being much more aggressive on his level 0 lineup with the Itsuki that when it dies, top 4 add 1. He's playing, like I said, the level 0 backup and the green Itsuki for some consistency instead. Which I think in a matchup like Sword Art Online, where both of you are playing basically the same deck, but where Sao has maybe a bit more explosive, resource generation, you might just, instead of like trying to play this like long, drawn out, like stall tank up game, I think you just need to like find a way to just burst them out of nowhere, and that's where the Ichika level 3 that gives soul when you stand by, combined with the burn 3 from the Nino, might just give him that edge once he gets to that point. But again, it's all about getting to that point.
The lack of the runner, which is blue, of course, also means he doesn't really have enough blue to run the level 3 that we usually see people. The name is slipping my mind, but it's the Miku, which has the Ice Steel profile, usually gives Quince an alternative to when your opponent is like super compressed, where the burn trace just won't do you much good. Trying to disrupt them a bit. Not having that might actually be a bit of a struggle against Alice, since they tend to kind of compress hard with their stock, and Quince doesn't really have access to a stock swap in general. So not having disruptive tools might actually cost him in the long run. But
Yeah.
he probably has ways of playing around that, right?
Yeah, I think that's like the main big weakness of Quince in general, which is that it's just a very uninteractive deck. Like your opponent doesn't really do much to you, but at the same time, you don't really do much to your opponent. It's kind of just like, two trains going alongside each other and just nothing else really happening, right?
Running over each other sometimes.
Exactly. But like I said, looking at moving over to the Sword Art Online being played by Lamb, again, we saw this deck on stream yesterday, and it's mostly pretty straightforward what you'd expect. Just maybe a few extra one-offs here and there, like down to 1 gram for the anti-damage counter instead, down to 1 copy of the Shuffleback Salvage to make space for an extra copy of the Silica Salvager. Just a few minor adjustments here and there in terms of ratios, but beyond that, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, we've seen some decks run a second Gram event to just be that much more sure to have one if you're facing another LS deck. Other than that, I would have to agree with you. This is as cookie cutter as it gets, probably. Running both backups the same as we saw basically everyone do, except one of the players yesterday who did not find the Mito counter. So
Yeah, so I really liked yesterday in some of the matches where you were spectating Alice, where players were just using the Gram very aggressively, right, at level 2. And only
Yeah.
having 1 copy makes that play a bit less likely, since there's no real way of adding it to hand other than drawing into it, or I guess he has the Asanas, but do you really want to play the Asana mid-game or the Fuka mid-game when you have Alice on board? It's a bit hard.
Yeah,
So
you don't want to be replacing your like that, so it's kind of dangerous.
Well, yeah, and we've seen that play pay off so many times, right? So like just deciding I'm gonna be the aggressor this time, and there's literally nothing you can do. There's no anti-change to stop your money counter, and then they just start dominating the game from there. So
yeah, on the counter side, though, you have to remember that Quince doesn't really play the defensive game like an Alice Mirror. So yeah, I think maybe the Gram is a little bit less relevant here, but we'll see as we get into the game.
All right. One more thing I want to point out before we start this game. In both tables of the top 4, we actually have an EU versus rest of the world matchup.
I mean, does the UK really still count as EU?
I didn't want to make the joke, and now you did it.
I'm allowed to make that joke. It's fine.
Honestly, if Callum wins, I'll say he's still part of the EU. If Callum doesn't win, UK maybe not. I'm gonna be honest.
Those are some political topics I'm not going into, man. Oh, we see a pretty good start on Lamb's side, canceling that swing for 3. Also interesting to note, Callum did actually use that Climax Swap secondary effect where you put a card to stock. Starting his turn 1 with 2 stock is pretty solid when going into level 2.
The only concern is that Callum's waiting room on turn 1 is not that great. You've got the level 3 Ichika that changes into something from hand, and then the level 2 Nino. There's no level 1 in his waiting room. He wasn't able to play the level 0 with top check, so there's no real chance for him to filter unless he starts spending his stock to brainstorm going into turn 2.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious what the initial 2 stock will be used for. Obviously, he could just have done it because his hand wasn't as useful, so you might as well just convert it to stock, right? But this does open up very early double brainstorm plays, for example, or even if necessary, you could use the green tap self, pay 2, salvage anything, depending on what his hand entails. So maybe this opens up some interesting plays, but he does not have access to the regular Riki profile that most Quince players do, so he cannot do.
Pass. That's a really rough start there. I think the extra stock was a calculated risk that just hasn't paid off, and he just hasn't found any of his useful pieces.
The thing is, unlike other standby lists, Quince doesn't actually wall, right? When you hit level 1 early, you just want to be the aggressor at all points of the game. So it's not like you can actually wall out the Alices when they.
We see a Gram event being triggered on first attack here. This is not that good for Lamb here.
Whoa!
Will need to play that
coming out. All these climaxes coming out of the deck early on for Lamb is not ideal, but at the same time, 8 standby is probably the safest matchup where you can trigger early because you know that your opponent's going to be slamming standbys, and therefore their damage output's not going to be as painful as like a 1k1 deck.
So Lamb actually passing turn after 2 attacks to keep Callum at level 0, since he did notice him not have playables or not opt to play cards. But that Nino filter will get him anything he needs. So,
well, knowing that Callum doesn't play standard Ricky profiles means that it's going to be hard for Callum to put himself to level 1. So the threat of like Callum being able to play a game out of nowhere and walling off Lamb's Alice's is going to be a lot harder.
Yeah.
Now Callum can do more stock.
It's always possible to overplay the Aqua profile he is running, but it just makes it a bit more awkward than just, pay 1, clock 1, where you risk whiffing completely and like not getting anything out of the clock you just forced on yourself. But yeah, this is a much more standard play from. Actually, that's not a standard standby target. Actually,
no, that's the
anti.
It's the anti-change level 1 Itsuki. Instead of, we saw he had to clock the blue 1/1 Nino from hand, but at the same time, that blue 1/1 Nino is pretty much useless in this matchup.
I actually like this target being chosen a bit more than anything else, since nothing else will actually survive once Lamb has the Alice on board. But this 1/1 will actually get rid of one Alice completely, as it does send them to memory.
Yeah, this is a really strong card in the matchup.
Setting it to memory also means that even if it's just like sent to waiting room or deck or clock or whatever, there is a chance for Lamb to shuffle it back and spawn it again. But it's pretty much impossible to get that card back from memory. If Callum can recur this Itsuki throughout this game, I think that could definitely put Lamb in the back foot.
Yeah. So having the 1/1 already out, if he also has the climax for the 2/2, that means he can already contest 2 lanes, right? So he just needs to find an out for the third possible Alice, if Lamb even gets those 3 Alices.
But at the same time, Lamb is pretty ahead on damage and tempo. Like, having to pass turn just now is pretty bad for Callum. It's 0-6 to 0-4, but it's Lamb's turn. He's about to put a lot of damage. Maybe send Callum to like high level 1, and now Callum has to play the catch-up game with standby rather than 1k1 climaxes, which is very difficult.
Yeah, this is a really rough spot to be in. Obviously, with no deck, you want to miss a turn at level 0 or any turn. But with Quince, I feel like as an 8 standby deck, obviously it has a lot of triggers, but just the amount of damage you're going to miss is so crucial.
Yeah, that combined with the fact that Alice's combo is naturally a better plussing engine than standby as a whole. Like, standby is notorious for having very questionable plussing ability, whereas the moment you let your opponent have a free turn, they basically went +3 because that's 3 level 0s that they don't need to replace. So going +3 early game combined with the plussing from the late game Alice is going to give Callum a huge uphill battle as far as generating hand size goes.
Yeah, this is just a really rough spot. I wonder how we can fix that, but the brainstorm is definitely one way. The Itsuki Adachi profile that he has on board is also a big part, like we discussed earlier, right? It's just kind of a deterrent to player Alice, because one is gonna get removed anyway.
Yeah, but at the same time, you don't want to push it to the front row early on, because it's only like 4k defensively, so it is possible to get reversed by 0s as well. And you don't really want to waste that value.
7 damage here.
Yeah, not cancelling at all that turn was really painful there. We know that Callum at least has like 4 or 5 climaxes left in that deck. So I think this is going to be a huge brainstorm coming in, but like I said, going up to high level 1 on turn 3 is really bad when you haven't had the chance to build a hand, build a board. It's just really falling behind here.
Honestly, at this point, I would have actually liked seeing Callum hit level 2, either by himself somehow, because it would activate the anti-change counter,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He hits 1 off the brainstorm, so that's the salvage 1.
And having the anti-change counter live before Lamb even gets an Alice off, and also having multiple outs available already, I think would put Callum in such a good spot.
Well, we'll see what he does. Maybe he's also thinking about that, and maybe he is going to find a line where he can clock himself. But it also depends on how much how many cards he has in hand, right?
It's definitely not a lot because again, we know that he just discarded a climax for that top check Mino. He's probably going to be slamming another climax this turn for the 2/2, and that's going to be a lot of cards coming out of hand and very few cards coming back in.
Yeah, this is really not the game where you wanna
Has to
brick,
push
so
forward
to speak.
has to push forward the Itsuki, which again, like I said, is not ideal because
Well,
now rather than playing the Itsuki into an Alice, you then give your opponent the ability to play around it instead.
if the only way to actually play around it is either siding it, right, or not playing an Alice at all. But not playing an Alice at all is, usually you don't want to do that, right? You just want to have triple Alice, get 3 stock, get 3 hand back, and
Yeah,
I mean, again, he could just Lamb could just put a 0 in front of it and just run it over the good old fashioned way, and just live with double Alice. I think that's fine as well. Just
honestly,
get the off the board.
I also called it a deterrent earlier, but honestly, I think with the way Alice pluses, you can just slam an Alice there, run over the Itsuki, and don't care if you have the climax. Because you get the stock back from the Alice.
With another brainstorm there, that's really bad for Callum.
Oh
I think he's
no.
got like 3 or 4 in his waiting room, at least 1 in his hand, which I think it means he's almost certainly going to double trigger going into this turn with the last 2 cards in his deck.
Okay, he does have the climax for the 2/2. Guess this is fine. Usually
Yeah,
would have
there's one.
Usually you prefer to also immediately kill something, but just pushing soul damage at this point is pretty important. He gets out another 2/2 off of the standby, which is pretty good.
Lamb does eat a little bit of damage here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to make up for it.
I mean, he's not even level 1 yet, right? He barely just hit level 1, and Callum is almost level 2. Is he gonna trigger another one?
No, which means the last one's in his hand.
Yep.
Which I guess is good. Like, I think Callum's expecting to go to... Well, he's going to level off of the refresh here. Probably going to take some bit more damage, go to level like 2/3, 2/4 going to the next turn, and maybe then start setting up the defensive anti-change like you mentioned. So even though Lamb's 1/1, like in any other matchup, I would say that this is the position that Sal wants to be in, right?
Yeah.
Low level 1, very few cards in deck, able to mill and set up a board of multiple Alices. But here, I think Callum might just have exactly what he needs to answer the board, provided he doesn't take too much damage.
So
Yeah, he is hitting level 2, so the anti-change backup is live, should he have it.
It was when he started the turn, the anti-change counter was his top stock, and he paid it out on one of the brainstorms. So I'm pretty sure it refreshed into his deck. Because he did not hit any of the brainstorms, right?
He hit one
No.
brainstorm, but
If he hit one, then
he used it to salvage the 0 that he then played immediately. So,
okay.
yeah, I think he might not have access to it right now.
He also doesn't appear to have that many cards in hand anyway.
Well,
Yeah, it is a pretty tough cost. And like I said,
it's
the
just
big
pay 2,
weakness
right?
of standby decks is that I think it's pay 1, ditch 1.
No, the cost is 2 stock extra if you have 4 or more quintuplets. I can put that on screen. There you go.
Right. So he does at least have the condition. But again, the issue here is that 8 standby quints is notorious for being very bad at plussing. Like, the plussing is to the board. And when you're having to like fight hard to contest Alice, that plussing onto the board is not guaranteed.
Especially the stock. I mean, if you pay 3 stock for this now, you are out 1 stock and 3 card in hand at the start of your next turn. I mean, you really have to think hard about if that is worth it.
It's not really that big of a deal since he does have the 2/2s that he can just encore. Like Quince isn't
That's
too
all
much
hand
stock.
that he's burning and not recouping in plussing. Like the ideal situation would be if he has the counter, he uses it on the middle lane to save the middle lane, and then anti-changes the lane in front of the level 0, and then has the Adachi to remove the other to just completely wipe Lamb's board. But that involves Lamb playing into it, which is again highly unlikely here.
Exactly, yeah.
And like I said, when Adachi's in the front row, Lamb is now aware of it. Lamb can just say like, I can either crash into it on my own terms, or I can just put a level 0 in front of it, or just do something and ignore it completely, and still get value here. And then you have to work even harder to put the 1/1 back onto the board, move your pieces around, and recuperate from there.
Seems like discussing something.
Yeah, just checking cards in hand and
Yeah.
seeing what's going on.
It actually looks like they're waiting for something. Oh, okay.
Nope.
You finally see some
Like the
action.
line is continuing.
Yeah, so this event pretty much single-handedly just set up the deck, milling out enough cards for where the shuffle backs become pretty impactful. 2 Alices going back into the deck. And he has more than enough stock to guarantee hitting all of them. Like, he can just keep using that Sortilenia to shuffle back Alices if he hits multiple. And he can also even shuffle back some fodder cards just to make sure he doesn't deck out. It's pretty solid.
Are you guys ready for my favorite thing to do? Putting Alice's on screen.
Yeah, these are 2 cards that anyone who's interested in competitive Weiss Schwarz will need to be very, very familiar with over the next few months.
That is very true. I mean, these or the Pajin.
Yeah. So 2 more Alices being shuffled in. I usually like the play of alternating them with the brainstorms, since if you do actually...
You don't want to mill more than 1, 2, 1 per brainstorm.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think in this case, Lamb just wants to get access to his cards as soon as possible. He does have open spaces on the board, so it's not the end of the world, but I think it's fine here. You're already so far ahead by almost every metric. If I'm in Lamb's shoes, the less stock I can spend to spawn these Alices, the better. He's just choosing where to put the -1k. It doesn't really make a difference here.
Okay, I guess he...
And then Brainstorm hits 1, hits 2, hits 3.
Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding. But that's exactly what we said we didn't want to see.
At least he did take another shuffle back, so those 2 Alices extra he milled just go immediately back to the deck. But if he goes 2 for 2 on milling 3 Alices, though, then that kind of hurts.
Very much a very solid crank of the slot machine going on here.
The one-handed bandit. One-handed Alice.
He's going to go for the brainstorm again.
Okay.
Ding, 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 ding.
He's pretty much guaranteed to find another one in the last 3.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yep, ding, 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 indeed. All 3. And yeah, like you said, the turn before, like, given how Alice's plus is on the combo, it's on climax play, I think Lamb is totally happy to just run it, not even side high, but just slam straight into the 1/1 here and be like, I'm going to remove this 1/1. You then have to hit your brainstorm to salvage it again, and then pay another stock to play the 1/1 again, just to remove a second Alice, which is going to be much harder for you to do.
The thing is, though, if he does walk over it, and if Callum actually manages to reiterate the 1/1, that's 2 Alices gone from the game entirely, which I guess isn't too bad. But if you're banking on those shuffle backs to get them on the board again, that's kind of impossible to set up again, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no second plan. There's no backup plan here for this Alice deck, right? It's just go for the Alice, go for the Alice some more, and then finish.
Yeah. But again, like I said, Lamb is so far ahead on damage and Callum's so far behind in everything else that backup plan of just tri-lane 3 weenie slammer climax could just get there anyway.
Yeah, so we did see the 1/1 3K backup, the 2/1 anti-change backup, and a climax swap being added to Lamb's hand, which is pretty good. And we didn't actually see what he's talking about. If the previous games are anything to go off of, those are probably some random level 0s that are no longer useful.
Yeah. So these are 12k Alices coming in. I'm not sure where the -1k on the Alices went, but they definitely run over the level 2 Nino. So I think Callum has to work really hard to maintain a board here. Lamb does hit a door on the last card of his deck, so he's going to refresh and salvage nothing.
Yeah.
But he's already gotten his +3 from
Yeah.
the climax on play, so I think he's not too upset about that.
This is just reveling in riches here. It's suffering from success. He already salvaged 3 with Alice. There's nothing more. It's just seconds. It's just desserts.
Okay, just doing a fancy cut. Refresh damage coming in, and
So now
no, yeah. So
damage comes in, and he sticks again. Callum is not cancelled yet today,
and we knew he didn't have the anti-change counter, so
and that's a side for
That's a
one.
side,
So he
yeah.
wants to
Side for
keep
one,
the Alice on
okay.
the board. Interesting.
I wonder if that's correct, honestly. If you see Callum being this far behind, don't you just want to strangle
Shove as
away
much,
his resources?
as much
Yeah.
damage down his throat as possible. Again, another 3 damage sticking right there for Callum. He's gonna be level 3 if he clocks this turn, which is
Yeah.
really
But
really
it's
dangerous.
not only about damage. I think it's also resources. You give him 1 free attack by siding there.
I honestly think that siding there was correct. You don't want to give him the easy Alice removal, and you definitely don't want to
Oh, hitting a
Oh, shit,
brainstorm.
too. So you would have just recurred it, removed another Alice, and this way, with how he has to remove them now, he could at max hard remove 1 Alice, and the other one will probably not be able to be removed with the 1/1 since Lamb will be hitting level 2 soon.
Yeah, I mean Callum is he stood by out that he used the standby to get the second copy of the 2/2 in the back row last turn. So now if he wants to like manually punch over these 11k Alices with a 3k backup, he either has to play over those 2/2s, which is a waste of a standby, or he has to commit extra cards just to put power onto the board, which is still very difficult.
So this play is actually really strong. I'm pretty sure those Ninos will be out of reach once the 2/1 Alice is removed from the board, since each Alice will only be 10k and these Ninos will hit up to 14. However, actually no, 1/4, yeah, it's pretty safe here. The only play Lamb could do is use the anti-change on the 3/2 assist, which would actually win him.
It would give him a lot of power, but the problem is that the soul's already come onto the board, and that soul is what's really important here because it gives Callum the chance to equalize on damage.
Well, yeah, it doesn't even matter since he cancels the first. He's pretty far from level 2 still. Well, cancels the second as well.
Yeah, this is really bad for Callum. The damage gap just gets wider
Yeah.
and wider.
Not only that, but you saw what he standbyed, right? He standbyed another 2/2, so he didn't even have a good target for the standby engrave.
Oh, triple
3
cancel.
cancels in a row.
Oof.
Yikes.
That's
the
not
only
what you
thing-
want to see.
Yeah, the only thing Callum has going for him right now is that he's been able to deconstruct Lamb's board, but the fact that Lamb could just easily mill through his deck and remake the Alices again is pretty dangerous, especially he's only at level 1, and Callum still has yet to dig for the anti-change. But again, having to use the Itsuki anti-change on his turn means that Callum now doesn't have a full board going into his opponent's turn, so then the anti-change becomes a bit more risky.
The double encore coming from Lamb's side, like,
You got to do what you got to do.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Like, you pay a bit of extra stock that you're gaining back anyway, and then you don't have to go through the hassle of shuffling them back
Yeah.
and trying to high roll. Yeah. Oh, but he doesn't actually have a climax for this.
Yeah, he just takes the swing.
That's pretty interesting then. I mean, maybe he banked on drawing the climax.
But the Ninos are
Just
10K
9k.
each. No,
Yeah.
9k each. Okay. Yeah.
Callum, meanwhile, continuing to just eat all of this
Wow.
damage. Swing for 3 coming in. Cancels on the
Finally
one.
a cancel.
I think it might just be a little bit too late, though. It's
I can't
really
believe Callum finally canceled on level 3.
That's going to be pretty hard to stabilize when the damage lead is this big.
That's fine. He's just gonna do triple Nino stick.
Well, the problem is that the Ninos themselves aren't that big.
No, just stick 18 damage.
The thing is, even if he goes for like the 1/1 Adachi again, you kind of don't want to leave an open lane, right?
Yeah, not when you're this far behind in damage. Like you're far behind. You're behind in stock, damage, board, and cards
Yeah.
in hand. Like I think at this point you have to pick one axis and just go for it, and just pray that it sticks. Which he kind of did last time. So definitely picking a new god here.
A really cool play would be to go for the 1/1 Adachi, remove another Alice from the game, and then just trigger standby and play over something bigger.
Whiffs the brainstorm, plays over it with the bounce back, gives power to the 0 just to help it get over this Leafer, and then preps to just do what he can here. So this is the wrong climax, so he's not going to be able to burn 3 off of the level 3 here, but he's just doing it for the +1 soul off of the Ichika back row.
Safe backup triggering the memory counter here, the Yotsuba counter.
Mm-hmm.
So the one thing about this scenario, I guess, is the damage lead is so big that even if Callum doesn't push him all the way to level 3, that means that Lamb doesn't really have a way of closing out the game other than vanilla swinging, right?
So yeah, but another castle coming in from Lamb. This is a swing for 2, 3, maybe 4 if Callum gives the soul to this Nino. And pulls out another really body. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think this is going to be 4 damage coming in, which I would expect to cancel. But no, Lamb eats it.
Taken. Big.
Yeah, so this is pretty good.
But like you said, the damage lead means that Lamb might struggle to finish here, but eating 4 puts him on 2-5, clocks the 2-6, refreshes to level 3, and then has enough stock and enough hand to just double, triple silica for game.
Well, the thing is, we know 3 of his cards at least, since he didn't use this at all. He has 2 backups and 1 climax swap. So the other 4 cards are unknown.
Mm-hmm. There's 1 silica in his clock.
Yeah. So if there's 2 silicas in there and a climax, that's pretty scary. But it still needs to find a way to, efficiently mill through his deck, which usually isn't a problem, especially if he has the yellow event. Oh, actually, the red administrator would also be perfect here.
3 cards in deck.
Ah, okay. So even a single Alice Brainstorm would
definitely doable.
We'll have to see. Will we see double silica at least?
So clocks the draw 2.
That makes sense, since he needs to hit level 3 if he wants to finish.
Yeah, and the anti-change doesn't do anything anymore. Now that Callum's at level 3.
Just methodically looking.
What he could do here is that because the 2-2 Nino is pretty small on the defense, if he finds access to another shuffle back, he can shuffle back the 2-1 Alice's, brainstorm to spawn 1 out, and then make 2 more silicas off the back of that. Would not be awful.
That's true. It's not too bad.
Yeah, Lamb only plays 1 Sortalina, but the Sortalina here, exactly. Shuffle back an Alice, salvage a Silica, off to the races.
Yeah, that level 0 Silica can actually get him 2 finishers, I think. Since it depends on the number of those Silicas he has, but the second effect where he pays once and sacks it to get the level 3 Silica to hand is super useful in this scenario.
Yeah, and I think there's at least 1 in there. Yeah, there's 1 in there.
And if he did have 3 in grave, he could have grabbed another one. So that card is really good in setting up multiples. And I assume since he played it that he's going for it, right? But
honestly, I think it's good to try and go for it, because if you've played against Quints a bit, you would know that they can claw victory from out of nowhere.
Yeah, the deck isn't very good at stabilizing, but just repeated burn 3s coming off the top can be a struggle to survive, especially when you're at 2-5, 2-6, maybe going to 3-0, and you have only decent at best compression.
Exactly.
The only concern is that Callum doesn't have decent at best compression. Callum's compression is pretty bad. He's got 6 stock, 2 hand, no clock, 1 card in deck. So even just like, again, vanilla swings for like 2-2-2, 3-3-3 from Lamb might just be enough to deal with it.
Uses the event. It's not a character.
It does go back in.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does go back. It's not a brainstorm, so
Because
there's
it's not a brainstorm. It's put the top X cards into waiting room. So yeah, it goes in, he refreshes, and then he can choose to continue to mill 3 more after a refresh if he wants, I believe. Because it's not even look at, it's just put the top 4 cards of your deck into waiting room.
He's actually forced to do that then, right?
Yep.
He has to mill all 4.
Yeah, it's one of the quote-unquote weaknesses of that card is you always have to mill 4, so you can't
as opposed to say
specifically
as opposed to say knife or torch where you can go up to 4.
Or the calling card from Persona 5.
I think the biggest worry for Lamb in this scenario would be is Callum presenting the memory kick counter? Since that would actually disable the Silicas. Then he would only get at max 1 instance of Silica off.
Yeah,
the refresh rules are good here though, because Lamb gets to level up first from the refresh. So he now has access to the cards that were previously in his clock for the salvage, which is really helpful.
And I think we saw a Silica in his clock, right?
I think he has to mill 3 more first.
We did. It might even be 2. I think it's 2.
So if he manages to mill 3 characters here, that's an easy Silica grab. Okay.
He only mills 1 Soul Trigger, so level 1 or lower.
That's that's unlucky.
But the important thing is that he leveled off the Silica that was in his clock, so now he can use the level 0 Silica on the board to get it back.
Yep.
He also had one in his stock apparently, he just paid it out. So if he can reiterate the Silica somehow.
Stops the Silica after the first card, so you can probably imagine what he got there.
Yep.
Finally pays out the Gram event that has been stuck there since the second turn.
Yeah, that Gram event would have been very helpful if you're worried about the memory kick counter. Because I don't think the Silicas actually reach this board, especially with the global 1500.
Let's say Sortiliana.
Yeah.
I mean, you just shuffle back to grab another Silica here, right? Oh,
Well, I don't think he can.
oh, he only has 1 stock.
Yeah, he can't afford to actually do it, so he can grab it.
Well,
he
he
can't
could
actually
if he
play
has
it.
the leaf on hand, right?
Right.
Oh, that's true.
But then he has to put a card from hand to stop,
Yeah.
and then he doesn't have enough hand to actually do the combo.
No, it's fine, just trigger. Just trigger Climax. Grab
His
hand.
hand was very healthy though.
Yeah, the Silica itself doesn't gain any power, so it's going to just be 11k with Climax.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure he had max hand going into this turn, and drawing and clocking brings him up to.
Oh, there is a Leafa.
Yeah. So, and each Silica he played also immediately refunds itself.
Yeah,
Uh,
and revealing
so
a
he should
Climax
have
on
it.
top means that he can trigger choice to salvage a character with Soul and then discard for the Silica. So
Yeah, I told you, it's so easy.
yeah, it's all coming up Lamb
Well,
here.
but even without that trigger, I think he had enough in hand. But I might be wrong. I think he
No,
went
because
into.
it's discard 2, and he's only got 5 cards, I think, right now.
Well, okay,
Oh,
so
he's going to top X off the Silica, so that might add another one.
Yeah, I think he should be good.
It looks like it, yeah.
It's just the math adds up. If you start your turn with 9, you play
There
3
we
Silicas
go.
down, you're still at 9. So
Silica is always friendly, but now she's getting a little bit aggressive.
okay, but do we see the memory kick counter? No.
I think
Oh,
you want
actually,
to
this is
save
the
it.
line
it's
that
first to burn 2. It's first to burn 2, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you want to save it until after the refresh.
No, also on this lane, you can't do it.
Yeah.
That lane he just attacked in, the Nino is just 7k. So the memory backup is not going to reach
Right,
Silica.
yeah, you want to save it for the burn level 3. So
Yeah.
refresh comes in, burn 2 sticks, nothing to shuffle back. And then the attack is for 3, which he cancels. All right, there's a chance.
There is.
Yeah, it's a bit less impressive when there's nothing to shuffle back in, right? Especially
Kinda.
if he keeps canceling the burns.
Yeah. Well, it's choose up to 2, so
yeah.
fortunately Lamb doesn't have to shuffle that climax back in.
I feel like he could have just sided the middle there.
Yeah. Inside for 1. The burn 2 sticks.
Yeah.
Triggers a choice. Oh.
We back. Grabs a Mito counter.
Cancels.
Ooh, cancels the burn. Cancels the soul damage. So hit the burn 2. Can he cancel this burn 2? 1, 2. He
Ooh, that's game.
cannot. Yeah, it was really, really close. Just
Uphill
really
battle for Pelham here.
unfortunate. Yes, just took all the damage. Couldn't find the right pieces. Meanwhile, Lamb just canceling left, right, and center. So unfortunately, that is going to be the end of Callum's run. Well played to him. He wasn't able to replicate his success from BCS last year, but top 4 is still a very honorable finish. And there is still a 3rd, 4th playoff match. So there's no like going back to bed and resting just yet. He has a 3rd place prize to play for. But congratulations to Lamb playing Sword Art Online, taking Alice to the finals. We'll see what the result is on the other side in just a few moments. But that's going to be it for this top 4 game.
Yeah.
Weiss Schwarz. 10 years journey with Sword Art Online. Now on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack Animation Sword Art Online 10th anniversary. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Cardfight Vanguard. The Glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. It's time to show off the best performance on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Intro deck and booster pack, Bang Dream, Girls Band Party, 5th anniversary. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Hey Terence.
Hey, Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee and Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. And that's because I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear. Well, along with me. So, and the other reason is because Terence you have been with us for about 9 years now.
Yes.
So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management, as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like, main part of the job is, of course, products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product.
Yes.
Developing the product is like one aspect of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our development mostly centers around localization. So
Okay.
Japan has their main product first, then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay. But so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know
before.
for a fact it's not, because you kind of like split into 3 major categories. But I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is. But of course, there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain like puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text. It's just another name.
They might not even get it as or it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through.
Yes.
To the Western side, I suppose, definitely. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things, is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now. So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah, so there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay. Then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament, major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun, that's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table and you're like, then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. They go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far. Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
Limited only to Buddy Fight, or because
it could be anything. You have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Weiss Schwarz as well.
In fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh.
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
Okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01, that would be all you.
Yes, except for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, Buddy Fight. Yeah.
All right.
And after that, after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's cool.
Right. So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So you want me to narrow it down to one?
I mean, you can give us a few if you have, like this, whatever comes to mind would be your most memorable product.
Now, the most memorable one, I think it's a bit out of the ordinary. It's because it was English Weiss Schwarz, the Attack on Titan set.
Okay.
It was a big challenge for the English card game because the English version released 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay, that's gonna be rare, right? Because usually it's gonna be Japan first, and maybe like 2 weeks or 1 month later, then we release the English version.
If at all, because Weiss Schwarz, we don't have all the titles in the English version. Sometimes it's due to copyright, sometimes it's due to the popularity of the set. Some sets will not sell as well outside of Japan because it's not as well known or as popular.
Yeah.
But Attack on Titan, that's a worldwide renowned title.
Yeah.
So at that time, I was given the instructions, English version is going to release 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay.
And it's something that we have never done before for the English version.
Okay, I would say that's memorable.
Any English version. So it's like, what? Really? Was the first reaction.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't say it's impossible, but the logistics of it was that Japan will need to finalize every single data before I can work on any of the components.
Yes.
So the biggest risk of doing something before the Japanese version is that once you have finalized all the data, the factory is printing, if Japan makes any changes to the Japanese set, we will not get it in the English version.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the biggest risk of all.
Okay, so can I ask, why did they do something like this? You know, something so out of the norm. Like, what was the reason behind that?
From what I heard was that Attack on Titan was really popular overseas, so they decided, let's do something phenomenal for this set. The English version will come out before the Japanese one.
Okay, so simply it was just for the fans, like, oh, okay,
Yes.
it's super popular in the Western world as well. Then
Yes.
just get this out earlier than the Japanese version.
Yes, and it's something the fans can brag about in the English community.
Yeah.
Hey, we got ours before the Japanese set.
Yeah. Yeah, because usually it's the other way around.
Yes. So even at this time, sometimes the simultaneous release is going to be quite difficult because of Japan's very short lead time for data, for designs. Overseas, we have a lot of logistics issues, considerations before we can actually send data for print, finalize all the data. So it's going to be a lot tougher.
Okay. So the schedule for this English Attack on Titan, how bad was it? Like how much of a rush were you in, due to this sudden arrangement?
I can only say that for this particular set, it was a good thing at that time I was living in Tokyo, Japan, and working in the main office. Because at any point in time, I had to get up from my seat, run to the Weiss Schwarz team, the Japanese team in the office, and just discuss every single detail. At that time, I think we were 1 floor apart. If I remember correctly, we were 1 floor apart. We were definitely on different floors. My office was, I think, 1 floor higher than the Japanese Weiss Schwarz teams. So at any point I needed anything, it would be leave my seat, run all the way down, iron out all the details, get back to... No, somebody out there will say, why don't you just call downstairs? No, some things you need to iron out in detail and have all the details straight.
Yeah.
Because any single mistake there would cause the entire set to be different from the Japanese one.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one thing. So that's something that's manageable only because you were working in Japan at the time.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
It is going to be very difficult, very challenging if we were to attempt the same thing.
And well, since you mentioned it, I understand you worked in Japan for a number of years. How many years was that?
5 or 6.
5, 6 years.
Yeah.
So 5, 6 years of your years working in 5-6 years out of 9 years working in Bushiroad, 5-6 years was in Japan.
Was in Tokyo, Japan, yeah.
Tokyo. Wow.
Working out of the main office.
Okay, so I'm a little bit curious. Like, what's the cultural working difference, in Japan and then in Singapore? Like, what's the main difference do you see?
It's more of the working culture, I think, and mostly because Japanese tend to be very polite. So the place is mostly quiet. It's a lot more quiet than any other office than I've seen so far. So, and people tend to like to finish their work before they leave the office. Mm-hmm. So.
Welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. It's now day 2 of the tournament. It's the finals. We've done it. We're here so far. It's SAO versus Danmachi, guys. How are you feeling about this, Nando?
Yeah, pretty interesting. I'm glad to see Danmachi finally against a deck that it's sort of built to contest. Like, sure, Alice is still pretty much a classic 1k1 deck, but those big walls will be no issue for Danmachi in most cases. Yeah, this is kind of where it should shine compared to other decks, so I'm hoping to see that. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if Alice takes it. It's such a strong deck.
Yeah, I'm just glad we don't have an Alice mirror. Like, we had one in round 2, and as interesting as it is to watch like player skill, come to light and make a difference, it is a deck that's, once it gets going, is a little bit boring to actually like see being played. Whereas Danmachi is like, oh, he's playing Knife, he's doing this, he's trying to push the opponent to level 3 so that he can be in range of Hestia lethal. It's just a little bit more interesting. And when you say like how Danmachi is built to beat and take apart Alice's, I'm just thinking back to like this time last year where we had like 8 standby Quints and Mushoku as like the best decks in the format. And again, Danmachi was really well placed because it was very good at taking down these big defensive decks. So yeah, definitely going to be an exciting match. Well done to all the players coming through. And there is still a 3rd, 4th place playoff. So we will check back in with that and give you the results once we get those. But yeah, let's just take one last look at the final bracket.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Yi winning against Tien. So we never got to see Tien on stream. Not sure if that's lucky or unlucky for him. He at least dodged the caster curse. But obviously, we just saw Lamb versus Callum. Callum not quite being able to stabilize enough to make a comeback against Lamb. Yeah, it's a pretty overall solid match, though. So I'm pretty excited for what's to come.
And we will have a Callum versus Tien match for the bronze medal. So Callum will have another chance at redeeming his SAO matchup. Yep. Basically a revenge match, as those two decks are pretty similar because Tien is also playing a Silica top end. But let's cut back a bit and jump back to the thing we said earlier, right? It's Danmachi versus Alice in the finals. These are two decks basically entirely different game plans, right? Alice building a wall, staying on that wall. Meanwhile, Danmachi just needing to crack that wall. Once they crack that wall, I'm very curious to see how Lamb will respond to that, because I'm pretty sure Z will try his best to break that wall. And we have yet to see in those 2 days of the tournament an Alice wall being broken. Up until now, it was always just siding.
Yeah, there's also, all the counters and like the anti-change threat that Alice usually has against Danmachi or against other sets. It doesn't really apply against Danmachi, right? So Danmachi can just turn their bell sideways, maybe with a Pyonkichi on top of it, and then possibly get even out of that backup range, right? So we could probably see some easy contests. While Alice actually has to be careful about that sneaky 1-0 anti-change counter that Danmachi has access to. So we might see some one-sided siding.
Yeah, quite possible. All right, so without further ado, I say we jump into the deck lists for a short moment. Of course, we have seen both of those decks already, so we don't need to discuss them too much, I think. Right.
The Silica top end prevailing in EU, at least. Pretty solid overall. I'm glad we finally got to see it in action, even though it wasn't to its full potential, not being able to shuffle back anything, but still pretty powerful, just being able to easily do 6 instances of damage, closing out the game from 3-run. especially going into refresh. Very good card. And
Just
then-
pointing out again the one of Graham in this list. I think this matchup is where it matters a lot less. Like, being able to turn off Hestia Knife is nice and all, but it's not like exactly critical. And at level 2, you're not really afraid of anti-change anymore either. And there's no like memory kick or like level 3 defensive options to worry about. So I don't think Graham's gonna make a huge impact in this game, but the damage that we not every Alice list is playing the anti-damage event counter, whereas Lamb's one of here could actually make a huge difference. Like if he puts, if he does what we saw last time, where he puts all 3 Hestia instances on a single Hestia, Lamb can just anti-damage that and to be like, your entire finisher has just gone down the drain. Goodbye.
Yeah, we saw it with Louvre as well, where he almost survived that finishing turn, right? Just by having that 2-2 counter, making it a bit more awkward for him to finish. I think it is a solid inclusion, especially for this matchup.
Yep, so let's take a look at Yi's deck one last time. Again, fairly standard Danmachi, except the random 3-3 event didn't come up today. It came up yesterday. Who knows? Maybe it'll be the extra bit of reach you need to just, when your opponents are sitting there, you're at 3-0, your opponent just has 3 Alices on the board, and you're like, let's just go for it.
I want to see it. I want to see it so hard.
Yeah, so especially in this matchup, I'm expecting a lot more Pyonkichi being played. You just need that extra power. Since Bell doesn't quite get there with just the firebolts, like he's still within backup range even if he gets over it. So that Pyonkichi, pretty important in contesting multiple Alice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's much else to say in this regard, right? We have the level 1 anti-change. We saw that. We talked about that being important probably, but apart from that, we just...
Yep, let's just get into the game and see how it plays out. We've had some really good cancels from both players throughout today, so maybe whoever can keep the momentum rolling will take the game here. So
looking like Lamb started, as he has 1 card in his clock already. So I think that's quite good for SCO, but also not that bad for Danmachi, since you kind of want to field 2 characters your first turn anyway, right?
Yeah, Danmachi really wants to play aggressively with the Bell level 0. And the thing, again, I keep saying this, but Sword Art's level 0 game isn't exactly that amazing either. Again, it's just full of utility. He's got the level 0 Asuna that mills 3 for an event. Lambia actually attacking with a Brainstorm on turn 1 because he doesn't have the Leafa or the Silica, meaning that, like you saw in previous times he was on stream, you can just try field aggressively. Climax Swap comes down, Brainstorm comes down.
But no Bell. He
that's true. No Bell is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, he can't protect either of these critical utility pieces, but again, the power's high enough that he can just kill this Brainstorm, and unless Lamb can find some other 0 to play the game with, he's going to be struggling to like maintain parity in the early stages of the game. Damaging the Alice's there is not the end of the world, but losing a 1-0 means that he will be encouraged to try and salvage it somehow, but losing the Brainstorm and only having 1 of the Shuffleback salvage means that Lamb's going to have a much harder time accessing his waiting room compared to regular Silica focus builds.
And that's also the 2nd Alice Brainstorming clock already, because he clocked 1 for his first turn.
I think he clocked the 2-1 there, if I'm correct.
Yeah, you can see the soul icon just peeking out.
Well, you're right. This is why I need glasses.
I think it's just the shiny version that's throwing you a bit off.
But yeah, Z not having the Bell means that not only is he going to be a bit behind and getting to level 1 and like pushing the damage lead with his 1k1 climaxes, but he's also going to be unable to like, maintain this aggressive pressure of like just slamming 0s every turn until he starts going for his combo. And that's the position you really want to be in as Danmachi, where you're saying that I'm going to take apart your board every turn, I'm going to reverse all your characters every turn, I'm just going to keep throwing soul damage at you, and you need to respond to that. And giving Lamb the time here to like set up and mill his deck and find pieces means that's going to be a bit less effective.
Lamb clocking himself with the Administrator, does he have a way of getting to level 1 per chance?
I think I don't think he wants to be level 1 here. He's got way too many cards in his deck.
Will he put Stalk?
I'm not really sure what the goal of the Administrator was, as the Administrator can only grab level 1 or higher cards. So it didn't really help him in establishing a board right now. But
I
he
think
did
he's just
grab a
going for
2-1
milling.
Alice off
Like
it.
I think he's trying to aggressively mill because we haven't seen a level 0 Asuna yet. So Lamb's, as you can see, his deck is still really healthy. There's one event in his waiting room, one on top of his deck. I think the administrator is just there to try and just mill him down, just get him to like the magic 5 or 6 cards in deck as soon as possible, so that by the time he levels up, he's ready to start making that board of 5 Alice.
Well, also with the Leva plate there, it makes sense to have a bit more targets in your grave to choose from, right?
Yep.
So especially since he revealed the level 1, he has ample selection with all the zeros.
Yeah, the only concern again though is that whatever he salvages here isn't really fighting this board. Like the Climax Swapper is 1-5, the Brainstorm is 1-5, this Leaf is 500, the Administrator's 1k. He's got the Climax Swapper trio there, that's 2k, but again, it's not really doing much. Like they're kind of just passing each other at level 0, just putting damage onto the board, which is good for Z, because the less damage he has and the more cards he can save, the easier it will be for him to recur bells. Whereas all Lamb's really interested in doing just milling down and getting to the position to set up Alice's, which, again, Z's getting ready to take apart.
Ooh. Actually stocking one. So him stocking one here with the Lefa probably indicates he's not tri-fielding anytime soon, right? Since...
Yeah, he's got 6 cards in hand, so he could still tri-field. It will just make milling down and getting into the Alice really hard. Down comes the Climax Swappers.
Okay, so this does bring him to 5 stock, which...
It also clears Z's board, which is really what he needs right now. There goes the 3rd copy of the 1-0 Alice going into stock. But Z is taking all of this damage so far, so Z might just get to level 1 straight away, and yeah, there it is.
But is that bad for him? I mean, maybe it is, because...
I think it's good for Z, because like Lamb's on 0-6. So like they're still pretty close on damage. And being able to just be like, okay, cool, you're on 0-6, you have a very weak board, I'm just going to slam these bells, clear your board, get my knives, put a bunch of damage on the board because I can play my Climax first, and then spend the next turn after Lamb puts effort into setting up the Alice's, be like, cool, Firebolt, Pionkichi, get back all the bells.
Yeah, that's true. He basically has one more turn to set this up with his Climax combo even.
Exactly.
So the only problem he will face is getting the Climax a second time. But if he manages to do that, then probably a really good position.
Yeah, committing the Climax Swapper early there might have been a bit dangerous, but I think in Z's position you're still fine because both players want to be slamming Climax every single turn. But the difference between Z and Lamb is that when Z slams a Climax every turn, he's always going to be trying to swing over those Alices, whereas Lamb can't just remake Alice, right? Lamb doesn't have Pionkichi, Lamb doesn't have Fireball, Lamb doesn't have Hestia Knife. So he just has to either encore his Alices or just hard play them at level 2, which is still pretty disadvantageous for him.
Imagine that deck having Hestia Knife as well. My god.
Z whiffing his Brainstorm though. Firebolt will find a bell.
Always love seeing Damachi play so many cards down in one turn. The deck seems very active.
Yeah, definitely. It's just so consistent at what it does as well.
Well, it seems like Z might not be able to do double combo. Just a single bell here. But like we said, because there's no board on Lamb's side for Z to deconstruct now. One bell is fine. Set up the Hestia Knife, get close to refresh, maybe get another cancel or 2 into the Alice turn, and then set up triple bell to break the Alice's the turn after. I think is definitely still fine here.
Yeah, it's single bell, but he always has the option of using that level 0 bell to get him back, right? Making triple bell even more likely next turn.
Yeah, and given how few climaxes we've seen come out of Z's board here, opening up empty lanes actually increases the chance of Z cancelling from Lamb's overswings. So I actually like this play a lot. He's playing very conservatively, like we said, just putting damage onto the board, building up the advantage where he can, and going from there. The only downside is that Lamb does have the time to set up a bunch of stock compression, because he's got 5 stock now. He's probably going to spend 2 or 3 of it to make Alice's next turn. and then just off to the races from there.
Oh,
Triggers doesn't have a
triggers
door to
good.
get back, but it's still a
Ooh.
climax that you can, maybe you can search for the climax swapper or salvage it somehow and get the door back.
Yeah, the
Ooh,
Pionkachi could
That's a
do
good
that, right?
cancel from Lamb, though.
Yeah. I feel like we have yet to see a deck actually actively compress against Danmachi. I feel like that's one of the weaknesses that Danmachi has, is because of how the finisher works. If a deck is really compressed into the Hestia, you're not really presenting a lot of high numbers. At most, you're going to present 3 cancel burns for 2.
Yeah.
So maybe it will be kind of rough for Z later on if he doesn't have enough time.
Well, at least he has access to the 2-1 Hestia as disruption. Obviously, no stock swap in his list. The stock swap Danmachi he has access to. This is not the greatest, but maybe against SEO it would have been sufficient. Where you put all their stock back into deck and then shuffle new cards from deck to stock.
So Lamb there just prepping the 2-1 Alice's to shuffle back in. But again, his deck is not that thin. Like, I don't think he's milled nearly enough to reliably hit these brainstorms. Like, that's at least 15, 20 cards in deck.
Are you guys ready for it? It's Alice time, boys.
I mean, he might just be. I think if I'm in Z's shoes here, I'm expecting Lamb to spend like 20, maybe all of his stock just to get out these Alice's. But the -1k from the Alice to kill the Bell is huge here, because now it means that Z won't be able to bounce the 1-0 Bell combo, and he's now going to have to work with Pionkichis and Firebolts to rebuild a board of Bells.
That's so strong. I totally missed that. Being able to bounce the Bell would have been big, but yeah, it's little effects like these that just
pushes it over the edge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, it's still tough for Lamb though. He has to decide, like, do I shuffle back the other 2 Alice's now? Do I play like some other cards first? Again, he's got a pretty chunky deck, and even if he puts back all 4 Alice's, I don't think he's favored to hit these brainstorms.
Yeah, these brainstorms are going to be very deciding. If he mills 2 off of the same brainstorm, okay, found 1.
Ding, ding, ding.
So now he could shuffle back 2.
Lamb there, out there training those biceps at the gym, cranking that slot machine.
Very true. I'm pretty sure this guy is sitting there at home at night practicing his mills. Some people practice draws under the waterfall. This guy practices his Alice mills.
The question is, do you just leave at 1 Alice or do you keep going? He's going to keep going. There's a whiff.
I think there's no reason not to, right? Like, if you hit it here, that's perfect. If you don't hit it, you decrease the deck, and then the 2 you shuffle back in are even more likelier to be hit, right?
Yeah, technically you could spend up to 2 stock per Alice and not even lose anything.
He adds back the shuffle back salvage instead of the 1-0.
Well, usually they do this one into the 1-0, right? So you have more. But he goes for the climax swap?
Interesting. I think that tells me that he doesn't have a choice in hand, and so he's just prioritizing getting the choice and doing probably just 2 Alice combo, because the issue here is that if he plays, like, given how much he has to work to get the pieces set up, he probably doesn't want to overplay the Leafer or overplay the climax swapper with Alice's. He just wants to, knowing that the 2-1 Alice that he spawns will probably get removed by Bells. He's just trying to force you to Bell or nope.
Oh,
he does. Wow. All right. So now you can play the climax
winner.
Races.
Well, yeah, it was a lot more likelier to hit after that whiff and then shuffling back to, right?
Come on, do it one more time. Come on. I want to see.
I guess you could. Worth it. I just don't think it's worth it, because you know that Bells are going to be coming down. Your opponent's single combo Bell here.
But the thing is, if you only leave 2, then that's even easier for Danmachi to contest, right? You kind of want to present 3 lanes with Alice's.
I guess he's going for it. He does not. That's his last stock. He cannot, unless he has another
play a Leafer.
Play a Leafer.
Make stock. Oh.
No, we're just gonna go with double here, which is not the end of the world, but yeah, look at how he's down to 1 card in hand. So he's going to go up to 3 with the combos and 5 stock at the end of this turn.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's not the end of the world, but you can definitely see there how having that rough early game for Sword Art can really put it behind. Like, not having Asuna to mill on turn 1, not having events to find Leafa, like all of these like little bits and pieces, having to like whiff 2 brainstorms, not having double Leafa on 1 turn, not having double 1-0 Alice sometimes. Like at this point now, Z only needs 2 Firebolt, not 3 to punch over these. So it's definitely the ball is in Z's court for him to like drop the ball here.
He also only adding the 2K counter, meaning that's 1K less that Z has to reach, which is pretty nice for him to see.
I mean, that tells me that it's probably already in Lamb's hand. Unless
he only had 1 card in hand, though.
It could have been the counter. It could have been.
It could have been. When
Z getting a really good cancel there as well. That's exactly what you want in this position.
He would have hit.
Ooh, that's some nice damage.
3.
So will we see hit level 2 here off of the attack?
It's direct, true. The direct saving Z here.
The unfortunate thing is that he cancelled with his doors, so he now definitely needs that. I think that's all 4 doors out of the deck. So now Z has to find the climax swapper to be able to combo again here. And there's a bell in his waiting room and a bell in his clock, so he's got his work cut out for him for sure.
Yeah, so for Z, it's very tempting not to clock, right? Since you can go into your next deck super compressed.
Yep. He's got 7 cards in deck, so Brainstorm, Knife will get him there.
Yeah, the thing is, depending on his hand, he might be forced to. We do know he has 1 Pants in hand. No, just going for the Hestian Knife. Pretty good 2 events. Yes.
I finds the bell. Very solid. You can take the draw drop from the Hestia as well.
He found the bell, but also milled a Firebolt, which makes it that much easier to get over the Alice's.
Yep. And that's exactly where he wants to be, right?
He's actually going to discard the climax. So I think he maybe just wants to refresh with 8. He doesn't need knives. He's just going to swing big numbers, take part the board.
Yeah,
Play Pionkachi.
Yeah, so this is the card that's so strong in this matchup, right? Like the bell can reach up to 10-5, but the Pionkachi pushes him out of backup range.
Yeah.
So with full Firebolt, the bell would have actually tied with the Alice's, right? Since he only has 1 back row.
Yes.
So that's actually pretty insane for a 1-0.
Yeah, the Alice's are sitting at 10-5. Each Firebolt gives the bell 1-5. So 3 Firebolts makes you 3 Firebolt makes you 9k.
Yeah.
Climax makes you 10. So yeah, the Pionkachi is right now pushing him over the edge.
Yeah, so okay. He doesn't actually have
the third one. But he does have the door.
Oh.
So he did have it in hand. Okay, so grabs his knives. And I guess he's just going to side with the level 0 bell here.
But isn't this... like, the positioning of his cards is kind of interesting, right?
Well, no, because he only has 3 Firebolt. So that bell, the bell that he did in Pionkachi is only 10. Not 10-5. So it's not big enough.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate.
And especially when you know that Lamb definitely has a counter in his hand, it's just not worth burning the counter for just 1 extra piece.
Yeah, he triggered his final Firebolt. Unfortunately, just having that 1 extra would have made this turn so much powerful.
Yeah. But given the fact that he triggered yet another Pants to add another door to his hand, I think he definitely wants to maintain as much compression as he can, refresh with 6, 1 card in deck, and just ensure that the clock doesn't go in on level. And Lamb's still facing a lot of damage here as well. Refresh comes down, finishes taking the 2, and it sticks. So yeah, I think Lamb's actually going to go to level 2 first, which is pretty good for Lamb because now it means that he doesn't have to play around anti-change anymore.
Yeah.
He's
Honestly,
actually going to crash the bell. Interesting.
we haven't really
Red
seen
cancels.
Alice in such a state before, right? Usually they're much more dominant.
Yeah. This is looking kind of
even-
weak. Four
Even
cards
leaving one Alice on the board is like not the end of the world, because one Alice is not a huge threat, and Lamb still has to work. Given that Lamb just refreshed, he has to work really hard to remake these Alices again.
Actually, I think the last card in Lamb's hand might have been a 2-1. No.
It definitely
We
wasn't.
don't know. We don't know what he has. Yeah.
I feel like he just pay 3 stock on core here.
I
Yeah,
think that's the
definitely.
play, given how thick his deck is.
Yeah.
Like in Lamb's shoes, you just want to go through as much of your deck as possible right now. Just rebuild that compression and set up for your big finisher. Because again, like we keep saying, the big weakness of Hestia is that it just doesn't have as much reach. So if you know that your Silica has better reach than your opponent's Hestia, you just need to get yourself into a position where you're using your finisher before they are. So yeah, we see the pay 3 Encore coming down. I think we're probably just going to see like Lamb push up the Leafer into the open slot here. Maybe try and mill through with like Asuna, Brainstorm, stuff like that. Maybe try and slam a Climax and just try and equalize the damage.
So one risk of the pay 3 Encore in this matchup in particular, usually if you don't have the Climax against any other 1k1 deck, you're pretty safe that your Alices will survive, right? But here, without a Climax, there's no payoff, and those bells will more than likely reverse the Alice's next turn, right?
For sure. And you know that those bells are
next
coming back.
Yeah, so
Never mind.
so in this case, it's perfectly fine.
Is he gonna hit the casino though?
You think he's gonna try and get one
I
more?
don't think it's worth the stock. He's so far behind on resources right now.
So paying 1 would put him on 1, and then he gets up to 5 back.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, he just has it in hand, just hard plays it. That's fine as well.
What a good player.
Yeah.
But again, like these Alices aren't providing nearly as much value as they have in other games we've seen, because
And you actually see him putting another Alice to hand, so he already expects them to die, or at least one.
yep. So he knows that he needs to replace at least one next turn already. Maybe
Yep.
even all 3. And at this point, he's just going like, okay, well, I'm just going to try and do what I can and just get what value I can.
Yeah, triple
Also has
Alice
the
is
anti-change
super-
ready now. The Dicey Cafe.
I think anti-change doesn't really do much here because Z only has one early play. It's
Yeah.
more just another 2/5 counter that he can use to protect his Alices.
Oh, that's a very good Astia knife.
Knife finding the bell, being like,
Yeah.
okay, well,
Like using the knife just to mitigate some damage and then getting like the perfect card out of it. We love to see it.
Only the best players playing here in Europe.
And we've seen the Hestia knife whiff on the last card, like revealing another event. So this is like a bit of karma coming back, right?
yeah, if Z cancels off the top of this here, this will be huge. Because he's going to level off the refresh. And unless Lamb like sticks all 7 damage he's dealing this turn, I think it's going to be really hard for Z to lose control of this game.
I wonder. I feel like for Z, it's pretty stressful. If you miss one turn of clearing the Alices, then they will just snowball immediately.
Yeah, you definitely can't risk that. And like even leaving one Alice alive is not awful, but it's not great either. Takes the draw drop from his Hestia Brainstorm, discarding another Climax, and then takes the 2.
Leaving one Alice alive in this scenario means that Lamb has double guaranteed next turn, right? So you kind of want to get rid of all of them, but it's pretty hard without 3 copies of Yonkichi. Oh, that's a lot of
Z
damage, though.
keeps eating the damage, but Lamb's also seeing a lot of climaxes here. He hit 2 earlier off the mills. He's played 1. He's just triggered 1. So as long as Z has another climax in hand, there's a chance for massive damage to come out.
Oh, he did manage to cancel that last swing for 3, which would have been very scary for Z, being put at level 3 when your opponent has a 2-1. But yeah, we know he has 1 bell. I'm expecting him to try his best to fix a few more, but It's gonna be pretty tough reversing all three.
Yeah, because he has to mill through and find firebolts in his waiting room, and then find a
Yeah.
climax.
But also, there's
He did
already
trigger
one
one of them,
fireball.
so at least there's one in stock.
One is stuck in his clock right now, so that kind of makes it
Yeah.
very hard.
Well, technically, if he has enough Pionkichis, it's
He
fine. But
actually clocks the early play as well, which wouldn't
yeah,
have been
I think there's no reason to try and keep it or play it because you know that
Your
Lamb
opponent has an
Pionki.
anti-change, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a heal and do nothing else. At this point, you just want to threaten as much soul damage as possible, which I think Z's only going to really be able to do if he finds a climax.
Yeah, there we see the double brainstorm backer again. Has been working very well so far. It looks like he's having somewhat of a hard time having to rely on the brainstorm hits here.
He does hit
Plus,
one, but there's a
does
few
hit
bells in his waiting room, so I think this is probably just going to search for like a part-time Hestia or like, go to stock on event. Like at this point, I think it's going to be really hard for Z to deconstruct the board because we know one bell in hand, two bells in waiting room. At this point, I'm just tempted to just crash zeros, play a climax, put a bunch of soul damage on the board, and then force Lamb to overswing with my compressed deck.
Yeah, exactly. You just want to build a bit of stock, sandbag a bit, find your Hestias maybe with the brainstorms or the Pionkichis.
Well, also just finding an event off of the part-time Hestia, right? Finding the right one might snowball this turn. Like getting a firebolt off of it into a bell, for example, or even getting the Pionkichi. Could enable some very strong plays. The Hestia does have the not moving effect. Doesn't really come up too much in this matchup. Oh, he does
Finds a fireball. That is huge.
Yeah, so
actually discards.
I think he
actually discards the door to add the firebolt.
Yeah.
So you can firebolt for the bell, and that's two bells that are going to be fairly big. But discarding means that he either has the second in hand or he's just giving up damage output this turn. I think
probably has one.
There's no way he doesn't have a second door.
Yeah, especially if he's grabbing the bells instantly off of the firebolt. I think he's set. It's kind of hard to count with the saturation, but I think he has two engraved now.
I think it's 3 firebolts.
There's one in clock, and I thought he still had one in stock, but he might have paid it out with the brainstorm. I'm not sure. Actually, I think it was the first card he triggered last time. So it should still be in there.
It should, yeah.
Knife.
Ooh,
Can't add knife, unfortunately.
That's not a good mill for knife, no.
Not the best targets, though.
Now he's thinking about his draw ditches. Chooses not to take the draw ditch. Just is going to slam the bells. Slam the climax. Can't pay out that last firebolt. So
I don't think he actually reaches here, right?
I don't think so.
If he only has 2, that's 7-5, 8-5 with climax.
Yep.
Which is pretty weak, actually.
Yeah, he's going to crash in, but Soul Trigger's coming in. There's a lot of damage coming down for Lamb. This could be worthwhile if Lamb eats all of it, which he is.
Cannot. Okay, second bell now.
This one's probably going to find a Hestia. Yep.
Yeah.
So he's like, I'm just going to try and get to level 3 this turn, and then you either have to win the game or I'm just going to blast you. So cancel here for Lamb coming in. 1 low swing for 2.
I wonder if you want Lamb level 3 here.
That's a good point. I mean, you haven't seen Lamb salvage any silica pieces yet, so I think it's worth the risk.
The thing is, even if he has silica, the burn 2 is first, right? So the burn 2 puts them at 1, and even if he shuffles back, he doesn't have access to Hestia Knife with no board, right? Ooh, that's risky, actually.
Yeah.
I think that's the reason he was thinking about not crashing on that maid, because he wants the opportunity to play knife. But
well, actually, you can only play it in counter step if he has a bell on board.
Yeah, I mean, main phase knife is fine as well at this point, because, like I said, he just wants to equalize the damage and put Lamb to a position where Hestia is lethal.
So, how many cards does he have left in deck? Is it 2 or 3? If he has 3,
like
that's
2.
very scary. It looks like 2, yeah. But I'm not sure.
Lamb is definitely going to be overswinging. Lamb has to
also,
either choose not to play the climax or overswing, both of which are good for Z. The only concern is that if Lamb does play the climax, he builds up even more compression, and
Yeah.
then that makes Hestia a lot less threatening.
That's the thing. Like, what happens if they? Oh, never mind. Playing
should early
Asuna.
play Asuna come down. Yeah, just
Healing.
stabilizing.
Yeah. Honestly, I can see Lamb just going for another climax combo turn here with Alice to just compress a bit further.
Well,
But
not if he's putting her on the back. Right?
yeah, not
He's
anymore.
just gonna take some vanilla swings.
Ooh,
Ooh,
triggering
Soul
another
Icon.
Silica. That's
That's a-
one more.
That's 3 clean.
Oh, it was 3 cards in deck. That's
Ooh.
bad for Z. That's really bad for Z.
Yeah, so
Imagine that being a Silica.
yeah,
Burn
Silica
two,
there would have been very
sticks,
scary.
Clock goes into waiting room, shuffled back two, stick.
Yeah. Well,
Probably
then he
stick
shuffles
four.
back 2, has 3 cards, but he swings for 4. So that's like 1 in new deck, pretty much
Yeah.
guaranteed to hit. That would have been very scary. Yeah.
That would have been super scary.
The early
So-
play heal on the Asuna coming down for Lamb is
Ooh.
not great for Z either, though, because now his Lamb's down to 2-5, which is even further out of Hestia lethal range.
Yeah, there is a bit of luck in Z's bad luck here, is that because of Lamb triggering, he is keeping his clock before putting that back into refresh. So that little bit more compression might be able to save him here.
Yeah, but now the way Z wins this game is just through raw soul damage, and the problem
Yep.
with that is that Lamb's still fairly compressed. Like, he's got at least 1 or 2 doors left in that deck, so I think it's highly unlikely that Z's is going to swing for like 3, 4, 4 lethal out of nowhere.
Lamb still has lethal on board even, so the streak
Yeah.
could still end it. He has at least 5 damage, and he only needs to stick 5. But yeah, Z being compressed, I'm not
True.
expecting it to end here.
Will be 2.
Cancel.
Cancels. Will be
Yeah.
3. So not in danger of dying here. Takes
3
3 though.
sticks. So yeah, 3-5 is a really dangerous position now. Like, you're an entire level behind. Your finisher doesn't have as much reach. I think Zeke has to go for it and pray that like the 3-4-5 sticks.
Clocking.
Z
going
clocking.
3,
Okay, so I
6.
guess he's just gonna play.
Triftia,
Hestia's
climax. Yeah, that's all you can
Yeah.
really do, right?
I mean, that's what you hope to see here. He probably did not have a climax, which is why he clocked. Oh, maybe he doesn't have 3 Hestias as well.
Knife finding nothing.
Nothing important. I guess the part-time can always keep snowballing into something good, right? But
He's still got the 2 instances of draw ditch. So ditching a climax and
he also, yeah, if he doesn't have the Hestias in hand, I guess he has 1. We saw him add 1, but if he didn't, then milling is really scary. Because you kind of don't want to go to 3-5 just to have refresh damage around the corner.
there's the other knife. Still doesn't find a Hestia. That's really painful. Has to take another draw ditch.
I feel like we haven't really seen any Hestias so far, though.
He
Maybe
did add
that's
1.
There's one in his waiting room, and we know there's one in his hand, but beyond that, no. I guess maybe he's trying to dig for climax, perhaps?
Yeah, or just presenting a good deck state for the refresh.
Okay, 1 comes down. So at least he's no longer in danger of losing the game due to refresh.
Yeah.
If he does decide to mill further, we might see him go for. If they're stuck in his waiting,
Brainstorm's too dangerous here. I think like the chance of milling them from the deck now like that. Now, yeah, he hits 2 and search 2, but then it's not in the deck left to search anymore.
Yeah.
He just has to grab 2 random bits and pieces. It's really not what you want to be.
Yeah. Yeah, we were saying like triple Hestia can't finish on this range, but I don't think he's able to present triple Hestia in this state. Which means I'm expecting him to have the 3-3 event.
Oh, if only.
It's finally
That would be
fun.
perfect. It might also be what could save him here, actually. Because then he's not only relying on pure soul damage.
It also kind of plays around the next soul counter, or the anti-damage counter, right?
It adds a firebolt to hand, but there's nothing to firebolt into.
So he could brainstorm here, and then
try and mill
Nah,
some
you can only
bells.
grab a level 0 if he doesn't have bells. Yeah, he needs to
so
know
he has to mill bells with the brainstorm, hit a climax with the brainstorm to search for the Hestia, and then firebolt the last Hestia out with after milling bells. It's a lot to ask for.
He can also go for brainstorm and then hit 3 bells and Hestia, right? And then the firebolt's live.
Like I simply just places 1 off +2 soul Shioko climax
No,
and sticks.
I think that would be an illegal deck.
Yeah, then we call a judge.
Wrong deck log.
Whoops.
Yeah, nah, this is definitely rough. He has to pull off some lucky brainstorms here. Either milling the exact. Okay, he did get a Hestia engrave and hit
he
one.
mills a Hestia, and so he can search for one, and now he just has to somehow mill a bunch of bells and firebolt that last Hestia. It's not impossible. Not impossible.
Yeah, still easier said than done, because I think he's kind of running out of milling options.
And this is, of course, still assuming that he does already have the pants in hand, which
Did
is,
appear to add another Hestia though.
yep, pays out a
Picking one,
pants,
goes
which
to
is
3
not
stock.
ideal.
Will we see the event?
I
He
want to
could
see
just
the
pionk
tricky.
it, actually, or does he already have it? I think he already has it. Nope. Pump to give power,
Okay.
then firebolt. He can't add the Hestia, unfortunately.
Yeah, climax.
Can
Climax
add
swap.
climax swap, and then the Hestia goes to stock, which pays for climax swap.
Oh, he had one in hand.
Oh, he had it. Okay.
Oh, 3 stock again, guys. 3 stock.
Does he have? Oh, he does have it.
Burn 3, come on.
So cool.
Wow, this
He actually has the full combo. We were
is
doubting him.
unbelievable. This
Oh.
cancels all the combo. This went from a dicey situation to
Yo.
this is how he wins the game. What a turnabout!
That was so cool.
Wait, there's a lot of climaxes in Lamb's waiting room.
Yeah,
Did you see that?
Yeah.
yeah.
I
There's
think
like
there were
4 or
5 or
5.
6.
The
I
thing
think
is,
there's also one in Lamb's stock as well.
Oh my god.
he still has the money counter though, so it's
No,
gotta
the
be hard.
money counter's out. He milled it.
Oh, actually, oh,
Yeah. We saw Lamb
Perfect.
play the money counter earlier, so we don't hit it.
He
That's
he
like
triggered the money counter last turn.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
So, but even if he did have it in hand, what he can do is you can front attack with the first 2 Hestias, put the soul on the last one, and then side for 3 on the last one. It's still pretty threatening. So this is swinging for 3, it seems.
Yeah.
1, 2,
And it's
3 takes.
definitely what you want to be seeing right about now.
Is this it? Will the nut crack?
So I think now you actually want to side with this Hestia and put the soul on itself, so that you side for 2 with a cancel burn 2 to put Lamb on 3/3 and then lethal on the last one.
But if you stick here,
Oh,
Yeah,
my
Oh,
God.
he sticks just the
I
3.
did not expect SEO.
so now you can actually side for 3. and
Yeah,
then
this is
burn 2
actually
cancel.
pretty good.
Is this it?
Yeah, that's okay.
Cancels
Cancel.
on
Oh.
top,
Yeah,
burn
cancel.
2,
1, 2.
cancels.
Oh,
How
Oh my
many more
God.
instances are on the?
There's 2 more instances in there, right? And
Yeah,
he
he's two more burn 2s left on the stack, and he has to cancel both of them because of the refresh damage.
So that's one of the things that's Alice is so strong in the early game, but in the late game with these Hestias being able to side them without as much of a soul penalty as
Yeah.
you otherwise would have, is just.
And I think
so
actually
scary.
what's relevant here is that Z actually sided for 4, so he stacked all of the last Hestia onto itself to give him 3 instances. So there's the refresh damage.
Ooh, then that's very unfortunate for
And now the
Lamb.
second burn 2
Cancels.
cancels. The third
That's
one.
still-
Oh my god, this guy's so good!
Oh,
Off the top.
This guy is
Oh,
insane!
what a crazy
No
finals,
drama,
dude.
no nothing. He's still got all the stock in the world, all the hand in the world. He can do whatever he wants now, just slam the silicas, and that's it. Incredible.
Sure, that turn went from that much he has nothing to that much he has everything. It's doomed to what the fuck has you survived?
What a
Crazy
roller coaster of a
turn.
finals. This is an incredible game so far.
Yeah, so if he could present Silicas, that's game, right? Pretty
I
sure.
think so. Like Z's
I'm
deck
pretty
is pretty
sure, yeah.
stacked, and I think Z has like 3 or 4 climaxes in his waiting room.
Yeah, and there's
Yeah,
literally nothing
three.
that much you can do against triple
He
C.
also triggered one.
Yeah, 4, right. So the only way Lamb doesn't win here is if he has 0 silica. Blocks
Clocks.
himself to 3/6 because he can. There's
Oh,
silica.
there's the first one.
That's
Yeah.
the first one.
Check top 4. 1, 2. Oh,
Thinking.
stops on 2.
Thinking time.
We've seen other players not find their climax against E, right?
Stops
Yeah,
on
true.
2.
Very true.
Another
Second
silica.
one.
Yeah,
Silica.
this is looking kind of grim.
So the
But
other
there's
2
two
silicas are
silicas that he
waiting.
just
So we
paid
can do
out.
at most 2 silicas, but silica is still
Nah,
more
he
than
can
enough
find
here.
something to salvage it.
You could find the level 0 silica, right? And grab
Yeah,
it.
but
with
he
Falcon.
doesn't need a Rabat now. He's got a choice in hand, so he could always just climax swap as well as the other option.
Oh, he has
there we
it.
go. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
guaranteed 6 instances of damage
Yeah.
with only 4 cards in Z stack, so he will need to
There's the
present them
climax
perfect.
swapper, turns the
Oof.
choice into the door that he cancelled with.
Wow.
But it's still not over for Z. If he can present some very good Hestia knives here, then he might be able to still pull it through.
Those are going to be
But
some
he
very
used up his
risky
Hestia knives in the main
knives.
phase already, though.
Oh, you can't use them though because
Yeah,
he
there's
doesn't
no
have
bells on the
bell.
board either.
So there's no
Oh.
counterplay from Yi.
He just
I
has
mean,
to pray.
then-
He just has to pray.
This is looking very grim.
Cancel on the last every time. I feel like his deck is too thick for that, though.
I think SEO is taking this one.
Yeah.
Usually
I don't want to have the writing on the wall, but
I don't like calling it early, but this is looking very tough to survive.
no, I think the chances are basically 0. So he has 4 climaxes in his deck. There's 6 instances of damage. Shuffle back as well.
Yeah.
And even if he manages to cancel all of that,
Did he cancel the
somehow,
Yeah, he cancelled the burn 2
Yeah.
somehow. Shuffles back 2 part times.
Yeah,
But this is still a swinging for 3, which is exactly lethal. Yeesh.
Yeah, you kind of need to still swing because the shuffle backs will make it unlikely. He
1,
reaches refresh.
2, 3, 6.
This is it.
That's game.
oh my god, did I just watch?
What a game.
This was
Yeah, that was it.
insane.
What a crazy final few
We
turns.
also
Like,
finally got to see Silica at full power there, dude. She's
True.
it's really. I get why people like playing her, even though I'd prefer the Kirito.
Kirito is cooler to watch, right? But
She's
Silica is
just
so much
insane
more
at
consistent.
finishing.
even the uphill battle of having to like fight against having your Alice's torn apart by bells every single turn, Sword Art still managed to take it. Just be like, well, I'm just going to compress it a little bit more. We saw throughout the entire game there, Lamb always had at least 5 or 6 stock. It just really makes a difference. Getting the right cancels at the right time and still being able to put together a board of Silicas at the very end.
Yeah.
Well played. That is the finals, and your champion for BRO EU 2023 Weiss is going to be Lamb from New Zealand. Oh, what a weekend.
Oh, I can't believe AO won EU again. Congratulations, man. Well
History repeats itself.
Yep, definitely. Well, we're going to take a very, very quick break while we wait for the third, fourth place class to finish. But the tournament's not over yet. We'll be back with an interview with Lamb, your champion, in just a moment. So take care and see you in just a moment.
Weiss Schwarz. A romantic battle of the brains unfolds again on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack Kaguya-sama Love is War. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Who is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern? We don't have time for this. Let's get it over and done with, alright?
Oh, are we ready to go? Okay. Hey guys, and welcome to a very special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. My name is Matt. I'm the TCG marketing manager for Bushiroad International. You may already know me as a Bushi Matt or the intern that posts a couple of memes on the Cardfight Vanguard Twitter account. So anyway,
Am I going to get fired?
this is going to be a bit of a special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. Instead of having a host with me today, as you can see, I asked you guys to send me questions that I should be answering on camera, which is, I think, a mistake, but we're going to roll with it. First question is, how did you come to be known as the Bushiroad's intern? It all started with a post that I put on the Vanguard Twitter that was like, I think it was the 4 cards that defined you, something like that. And I basically put in the effort to like reply everybody. I think people didn't expect the level of replies that they were getting, like the kind of jokes, or I guess maybe like the kind of like responses that they were getting were kind of unexpected from like the Vanguard Twitter account, and it kind of blew up from there. And now I got approval to have like my own account, and that has like 1,700 followers now. So thank you guys for that. And yeah, that's how I became. That's my origin story. Why did I start working in Bushiroad? Honestly, it was because I love card games. And people tell you, oh, don't stop playing games because it's not gonna get you anywhere. Well, guess what? Guess what, mom? Alright, so what is your favorite deck in Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz? Vanguard, probably like my Revenger deck. That's like one of the decks I really played with a lot back then, and I still have the deck. I really, really love it. So yeah, probably the Revenger deck. For Weiss Schwarz, let's see, maybe Goblin Slayer.
I have a question. So, what do you do to become so tall? But it's not because I'm jealous. I'm just asking for a friend.
Genes, I guess.
Like, do you like have special supplements? Like, do you drink a lot of milk when you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, do I have to answer this? Okay. Well, I not really. No, I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, yeah. So I was saying, Goblin Slayer for Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, again because I played the deck a lot and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No. That's kind of I got the question a lot, but yeah, I don't.
So like skipping ropes then.
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was already pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have?
Yeah, it's part of the question.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing. Like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game like around the world. It's quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of cards sometimes, because we get like samples and stuff like that. And then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack. And then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote fights and stuff like that, events where we get to play the players online. That was really fun. We do gunslingers. We used to do gunslingers also at events where we would play with players on the spot. That was really, really fun. So so we do get to build all these decks, and we do get to try all these things. It's quite a lot of fun. Yeah. Alright, so what's the worst part about working in Bushiroad? Can I say that on camera? I don't think I can say that on camera. Okay, but actually, I can think of something that is that's okay for me to say. Basically, I don't get to play in any tournaments anymore. That's actually kind of sad because as I kept playing games, I realized that I had this like small competitive spirit fire that reignites every time I watch everybody play at events or like online events. Because online events, I'm there the whole time as well, making sure the stream's okay. I'm the one that's replying on the stream. I'm the one that's checking the stream, helping out at the back end also with the event itself. And every time I watch people play, I'm just sad that I can't participate in any more Bushiroad tournaments. But I'm here on the other side, so that's still kind of okay. But at the same time, I wish I could play competitively also. Because it seems like a lot of fun, right? Like you guys have like teams nowadays, and then everybody's like it's really like a festival atmosphere at an event. So I really miss that. Will there ever be a cameo of you in the Vanguard enemy, sort of like how Daigo used to appear every now and then? If so, what deck would you be using in the show, and who would you want to fight against? I don't think there's ever going to be a cameo of me. I'm not on the level of Daigo. Right? Daigo's like a superstar. I'm not on that level. But you know, it is cool to see people like Daigo appear, people like Tanahashi, Hiroshi appear as well. Those are really, really cool.
Hey, I heard you met your girlfriend here in Bushiroad, who's now your wife. Do you care to share more about that?
No. Will there ever be virtual tournaments like Bro in addition to in-person events? I'm not sure when this video is going to be posted, but I'm pretty sure Bro is already being announced. So, of course. I mean, online tournaments, digital tournaments, remote tournaments are very, very, very important, I think, now that we are in this day and age. And I think COVID just accelerated the idea that there are a lot of people that have no access to major tournaments. And I think online tournaments give those players an avenue to be competitive, like I said, or even just to play casually with your friends, right? Like, you can join a tournament and still be casual in that sense. And I think it brings a different experience and a different kind of enjoyment, and bringing that to more people, I don't think it's ever going to be a bad thing. So if we can keep doing it, I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of the. The only one that I'm not there for is really the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but you know, that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So, are there any future plans for working with community-run tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being, our main business model is of course selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So, as far as possible, we would like, anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a constant TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically, you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right? Like I said, but at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and they don't have a store nearby, so we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be more on a case-by-case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Yeah. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I would take Ren's Revenger deck, and I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren and I want to use his deck to beat him, alright? I'm going to lose, probably, because, Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like the last couple of fights where he would lose like an important fight. But like, I really like Ren, so that's probably.
Like, do you have any tips? Like, do you bring her to like a dinner for a first date, or like do you go to like amusement park? Like, what do you say to her?
Sorry, director, can we get this guy off the group, please? Like, it's not really because
wait, but it's
I
not
don't know what
description.
Besides games from Bushiroad, what other games do you enjoy at the moment? Oh, okay. I actually do play a lot of games. I'm quite an avid gamer. I'm playing right now. I'm playing TCG. I'm playing PCG. Also, I'm playing. I'm playing. Did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things, to be honest. Right. So, best and worst thing that happened to you in Bushiroad. Best and worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Best is probably this, right? Like getting to become kind of like a meme in the community. I know it's very strange to for that to be like a goal or like a best memory, but honestly, it gives me joy to be able to interact in this manner with everybody, and I think some people are able to derive joy from that as well. And to me, that's quite magical, quite special. And I do believe in making sure that the community is, engaged and happy. It definitely helps with for the company as well, I think. Worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad, I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me in the company, I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with, I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You never know. But I always try to tease people. I guess maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I play the games. So I love getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player. There's a separate excitement. So sometimes when new card effects get shown, or in fact before it gets shown officially, when we get it internally for development, sometimes I get the stuff from the development team just to look through in my spare time or during lunch or something like that. It's the same excitement, and I want to share everything with everybody, but I can't, unfortunately. So all I can do is occasionally drop some small teasers. That's about it. Yeah, I love like trying to give a teaser, but I don't think I can give away too much. Yeah, it's not worth my job. I want to make you guys happy, but it's not worth my job. Hamburgers with or without pickles. What are you? Why are you eating the hamburger without pickles? You have to eat it with the pickles. It's part of the experience. It's the whole package. You know what I mean? Like, you eat it without the pickles, are you really eating a burger? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Okay, but it depends on what burger it is, right? Yeah. So yeah, I'm for pickles. I'm team pickles for sure. I did used to like them though, but that's because I didn't know what I didn't know. My parents took the pickles out of my burgers all the time. And then one day I was just like, I'm a big boy now, right? 12 years old, I can handle the pickle, alright? So I ate it and I loved it. I realized, but adults are not always right. Okay? Yeah.
What about pineapples on pizza?
Why is this guy still back? Why is he still here? Can we?
Because
No.
I have burning questions as well.
Pineapples on pizza?
Yeah, is that a yes or a no for you?
No. When will you get promoted from being an intern, or are you the eternal intern? Well, I'm not the intern anymore, but I mean, it might have been a revelation for some of you. I don't know, but I guess in a way, I'm always the intern, right? Like for you guys, I'm always going to be that guy, So I don't think so. I may get my promotions internally, but I think in everybody's heart, I'll still always be Matt the intern. So for promotions, do you have to beat your boss in a card fight, or is it just a fist fight like every other workplace? It's a combination of both. Every time we take damage, we actually take damage, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but it's fine because not a lot of people can beat me in the office anyway, so good luck. Whew, okay, that's the end of all the questions. We made it, yay! Alright, just want to say thanks to everybody who sent us questions. I know we couldn't cover everything, and I'm really sorry about that, but we do have limitations on what I can say, what I can't say, and how long this video can be before you guys click away. So yeah, we probably couldn't answer all your questions. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video, and yeah, I'll see you guys sometime soon in an event or in a tournament or something. Yeah.
Wait, we're filming Coffee with Bushiroad, right? Wait, how he doesn't have? Did you not get him the coffee? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Someone get him a coffee, please.
Here we go. Cool. At the end is interesting timing, but okay, sure, cool. Yeah, Coffee with Bushiroad.
Yep, we have a coffee.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Are we good? Can I go? Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Can I have the coffee back? It's
Wow.
yeah, I paid. Yeah, it's mine.
Wow.
Weiss Schwarz. The Academy was the Girls' Orchard. The popular visual novel series joins the stage of Weiss Schwarz. The fruit of Grisaya Trial Deck and Booster Pack. Coming soon. Bushiroad.
Cardfight Vanguard. The glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. It's time to show off the best performance on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Intro Deck and Booster Pack, Bang Dream, Girls Band Party, 5th anniversary. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. 10 years journey with Sword Art Online. Now on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack Animation Sword Art Online, 10th anniversary. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Hey Terence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee and Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. And that's because I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear. Well, along with me. So, and the other reason is because Terence you have been with us for about 9 years now.
Yes.
So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like main part of the job is of course products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product.
Yes.
Developing the product is like one aspect of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our development mostly central around localization. So
Okay.
Japan has their main product first, then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay. But so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know
before.
for a fact it's not, because you kind of split into 3 major categories. But I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is. But of course, there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text. It's just another name.
They might not even get it as or it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through
Yes.
to the Western side, I suppose, definitely. Okay. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah. So there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay. Then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament. Major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they using? Are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun, that's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table and you're like, then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. You go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far? Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
Limited only to Buddy Fight, or because
it could be anything. You have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Weiss Schwarz as well.
In fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh.
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
Okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01, that would be all you.
Yes, except for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, Buddy Fight. Yeah.
All right.
And after that, once after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. Then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's cool.
Right. Okay. So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So.
Hello and welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. Just now, a moment ago, we saw our winner being crowned. We have an interview coming up, but before we do that, let's take a quick look at the standings after a final round.
Yep, so congratulations there to our champion Lamb beating out Z in the finals. We saw a very, very tense game down to the last wire. We had also the update for the third, fourth place. So Tien Tai winning out against Callum for third place. So first is Lamb playing Sword Art Online. Second is Z playing Danmachi. Third, Tien Tai also on Sword Art Online. And fourth is Callum on Quince. again, also, well done and commiserations to 5th to 8th place as well. You can see them on the screen there. Well played from everyone. Thank you everyone for taking part in BRO. It was a really enjoyable event. Hopefully everyone enjoyed playing in it as well. We've seen 3 Sword Art Onlines in the top 8. 1 made 1st place, 1 made 3rd place, and 1 unfortunately didn't make it past top 8. But any comments you guys have here?
No, with how much Alice was hyped up and how strong the matches were being played by Alice players, this is pretty much what I expected. Still only 3 in top 8, but 2 of those in top 4 is pretty insane.
Yeah, and one of those that didn't make it into top 4 is had to play Lamb, right? So
Yeah.
those got destroyed in the mirror match. So basically still a 100% win rate from that deck.
Yeah, pretty much. So without further ado, we do have an interview lined up with our champion Lamb. So let's go ahead and say hello and congratulations.
Hello.
All right. Hello, Lamb. First of all, congratulations. Well done on your win. I imagine you must be feeling pretty good, especially after that biter of a finals.
Yep. Really scared me, that Hestia.
Yeah, we were definitely sitting on the edge of our seats that finishing turn. Did not expect him to pull off the complete package, even with the 3-3 event. But it must have been even scarier for you, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so just a few questions from us. Me in particular, I see the Silicas on your board already. We've seen all of them, or all the different finishes being played today in the EU region at least. What is your opinion on Silica versus the other finishers?
I just thought that Silica was probably one of the stronger finishes with like a higher top end, because it also puts 2 cards back to deck. I felt like it was the deck was basically similar to the Whole Life Kanata Marine, but better.
Yeah, it definitely looks to play similar, yeah. And we definitely saw the strength of the Silica in that final turn, where there was pretty much no way for Yi to actually survive that turn, right?
Yeah.
So, anyone else have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question too. So obviously we saw the most deck SAO was the most represented deck, right? What was your journey into the top 8? Did you have any particular matchups that were pretty funny, or did you have only SAO mirrors? What was the journey like?
I think for this tournament, I was mainly versing Gotobun, which I'm pretty comfortable most of the time, because Alice can compete with the level 2. And I guess some decks are like sort of scattered. It might have been Tokyo Revengers, where they can just suddenly kill you.
Yeah, that's fair. I can see Tokyo Revengers being pretty scary if your whole plan is to keep your Alice, right? And then this big Parjin is just standing there menacingly. All right, thanks.
Yeah, and I just have no way to get over it.
Yeah, we saw also in the top. We watched your top 4 game on stream as well, and there you were up against Quince, and it was all about like trading board back and forth. Lots of damage, and you won out in the end because your opponent just didn't cancel as much as you did. They just ate a bunch of damage, and you had a few. You were staring death in the face again on that game as well. Like you had the chance of just eating 3 and dying, but 1 or 2 really lucky cancels there really shifted the tide in your favor. And like looking back on day 1, like your tournament during the Swiss rounds, anything there that stood out to you in particular, or was it just like business as normal? Alice doing Alice things.
Yeah, definitely business as normal. I feel like just if the only time the deck does bad is when you suddenly jump straight to level 2 before you get to play any Alice's from the combo.
We haven't really seen that happen too much on stream. I think most Alice's actually were pretty solid in getting their combos off at level 1. So I guess that just shows how consistent the deck is, right?
Yeah.
All right. So to round it all off then, once again, congratulations and well done on your win. Do you have any, messages for anyone watching at home? Maybe like shout out to your local community. Floor is yours for a few seconds. Go ahead and say anything you'd like to say.
Main shout out to my friend Albert Tar. I wouldn't be able to play this deck without him. He's the one who mainly helps me get decks to play and test. And I guess he's my main playtest opponent. I guess also Tian Tong for teaching me a bit more on how to play this deck and against like other matchups. And I guess shout out to all the boys from Necker Cards.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So once again, well done. Congratulations. Enjoy your certificate, box, and promos. And hopefully, this won't be the first time you'll take a victory. We'll see you at, maybe upcoming BSFs or upcoming BCSs. Yeah, once again, well done. Congratulations. So cut it back to the three of us and we'll say goodbye and thanks for watching. So,
All right, see you. Thank you.
all right,
Thank
Nando,
you.
why don't you start us off? Sum up this weekend for us.
Yeah, honestly, it has been a pretty amazing weekend. We finally got to see. I know Alice has been around for a few BSFs already, but seeing it on the main stage being streamed and like seeing so many different builds firsthand, definitely cemented its strength in my head at least, and it definitely for most of the viewers at home, they'll be wary going into the next tournaments about Alice. And also, like, look at how far Damachi made it. So there's definitely decks that can somewhat put up an effort, and you've heard it from the winner as well. Tokyo Revengers is something that's scary for him. So if you need tips, those are a few decks to look out for.
Yeah, we definitely saw Ben saying that on the first day as well, right? Even before we started the tournament, Ben was saying the deck is not at full power as it is in Japan. And maybe that's one of the reasons why we see so many decks making it into top 8, making a stand here and being really able to put a dent into SAO. But in the end, alas, it's still SAO, and it's SAOing time.
Yeah, what I found really interesting about watching all the games throughout the weekend has been that as strong as Alice is as a deck, it is actually very similar to other decks we've seen up until now, like Quintuplets, Tokyo Revengers, even Mushoku. Like, it just presents these big boards, and except what it does, unlike those decks that mainly play standby, it generates all its plussing through the Alice combo. So it's getting both the best of both worlds. You're getting the 1k1 line and you're getting the big tank line. And it's just, that like slight improvement on all areas, I think is what really pushes the deck over the edge and makes it that really tier 1 deck. And it's going to be really interesting to see, like, off the back of this, going into the BCS season, either, will there be a restriction list? Will we change things moving forward? Will there be some updates? Will people like find some new techs? Again, Dan Matchy coming out of the woodwork once again to take down these big tank decks. We've got HoloLive and Avatar on the way. Are people just going to say, I don't care about your big tanks, I'm just going to hit you with a bunch of soul damage? There's a lot, there's a lot in the pipeline. It's an exciting time to play Weiss.
Yeah, it's also, as Lambs mentioned in his interview, very similar to, for example, Kanata Marine, which actually also won last year's So honestly, it does similar things. I can see the resemblance. It just does it a level earlier even. So I can see why such a profile would be strong still, and not too surprised about it winning today.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though it was mostly Sword Art Alice domination, we did still get to see some really intense and exciting games. Like both finals and top 4 like came down to the very last wire, and just like sometimes the coin lands on heads, sometimes the coin lands on tails. You can't really control that. Unfortunately, it does seem that Leon is having some slight connectivity issues, but I think that's. As much as he would love to be here to say goodbye to everyone, I'm sure I'll, on his behalf, thank you to everyone for tuning in. Thank you for following, listening to us talk and make crappy jokes about Sword Art Online. Once again, well done to everyone who made top 8. Congratulations to Lam. Hopefully, everyone watching at home has enjoyed this and has some ideas for their upcoming events, or maybe you'll be playing in NA BRO, which is happening in just a few hours' time. So be sure to stick around for that if you want to check that out as well. But I think nothing more to say. So from the three of us, thank you very much for watching. Have a lovely rest of the day. Take care and bye-bye.